Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show. Excuse me, the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 25th. One moment, please. Right. Sorry about that. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. So thank you, William. So you see what I did, William. I don't know why we have to do this, but that little gear here, if you can see right beside the home page, the gear, click on the gear from wherever tab you started from. So I'm in general market talk right now. If I click on the little trash can, that gets rid of anything in here. I don't know why it's not working automatically, but that's what I did this morning. All right, guys, we have Snap is earnings, guys. I didn't really talk about this one. Wasn't really doing too much, but Snap is earnings. Problem with Snap, I think, is that the 200-day moving average, it's at 1026, so that's very close. We've got Microsoft. We have a few earnings plays. Microsoft earnings after hours, big gap up for it with 7.3 billion in the float. That is a big gap. I noticed somebody talked about the ETFs for Microsoft. I think the only problem is that they are not very liquid. Let me just take a look at MSFU as an example. I know we talked about, or somebody brought this up yesterday. I don't think they're very liquid though. Not like the other ETFs. Yeah, like 19,000 shares. But anyway, so let's take a look at some of the stuff that is happening. Now, this is ASPA is a SPAC that I guess they've approved the proposed merger. Okay, so I don't know who they're going to be merging with. Bring this up here. They're going to be merging with DLQ Inc., private company, of course. So does it say when they'll start trading? I don't know what the new symbol will be. Yeah, I'm not sure when it's going to start trading, but anyway, that's the reason why this SPAC is up. AS. Thank you, Mary, in our YouTube room. You guys can hear me there also. BTAI. By the way, guys, look at the difference between yesterday and today. Remember, if you were in the room yesterday in the pre-market, this change from the close this number of stocks that were up more than 10% was absolutely full. I would have to keep scrolling down. This is it for today, but look at the ones down more than 10%. Yesterday, they were only about 4. So a little bit of a different day. You can tell right off the bat, the SPY is in for a negative open. Anyway, BTAI reports positive findings from audit. It's phase 3. Okay, phase 3 trial site. Learn, LRN is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. The volume will pick up, but not a lot of volume right now. LRN is an earnings play. Huge gap up. This is I don't know what the lifetime high is, but it's pretty close. VICR is a, see if I can find it here. Here we are. VICR is a gap down on earnings. VICR, big gap down on earnings. And you can see this big gap down now. Maybe coming into some support around 41-ish, maybe. Ooh, Triple D. It's not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They're basically, they're cutting their outlook. They don't release earnings until the 6th, November the 6th. But they're already preconditioning the market. Yanks full year outlook will deepen cost cutting. Triple D. Okay, William, thanks for that. VRT is an earnings play. VRT, see if I can find it up here. Am I having to type the symbol in? VRT is an earnings play. Nice gap up for it. You can see wiping out all this on the daily chart. Good volume, big float. That's a big move. 11% with 347,000, excuse me, 347 million in the float. Gains on beat and raise of the quarterly results. So TXN is an earnings play on the way down. TXN, earnings play on the way down. Another pretty big gap down. I mean, almost 7% with almost a billion in the float. Those are big moves with those floats, with that float. TDOC is another earnings play on the way down. TDOC. This is not quite a lifetime high, but it's getting, oh, excuse me, a lifetime low, but it is getting close. TDOC. GPS. Now, the gap is not an earnings play, but Wells Fargo has put a $16 price target on it. I think that's the only reason for this move. It's not an earnings play. Gap raised from overweight to overweight from equal weight with, well, you can't see the price target here. So it raised it from 11 to 16, okay, by Wells Fargo. And I mentioned Snap. Snap is an earnings play, but getting really close to the 200-day moving average. 1026, what did it get up to? Got up to 1020 or so. So these are some of the earnings plays I haven't talked about, guys. So if you have my pre-market actives up and down, all you have to do is just double left click on the earnings day column and then scroll down. And you can see anything in 0.25 or minus 0.25 is an earnings play. 0.5 means in theory they're going to release during market hours. That's Deutsche Bank. I wouldn't pay any attention to that. So here are some other ones though. If you're interested, you can just, you can take my pre-market actives up and down, sort on the earnings day column, just double left click and then scroll down and you will see the earnings plays. One of the ones I haven't talked about, there's Microsoft right there. Boeing is an earnings play. BA is an earnings play. And on the way down, the same thing. On my pre-market actives down, just double click on the earnings date column and scroll down until you see this minus 0.25, 0.25. So I don't go over them all, but if it's something there that you like. SunPower is not an earnings play, but boy, oh boy, is this ever getting clobbered again. This PWR. But there's TMO. TMO is an earnings play, really expensive, $444. Boy, there's a Hawaiian Holdings earnings. Yikes. There's the TDOC, there's the Google. Okay, so there are some of the earnings plays. And there are more of them, but these are the ones that are passing my filter requirements in the pre-market. So SPWR, I mentioned that one. I don't. It's not an earnings play, but I did see some news. I think I can find it here. Type it in SPWR. Yeah, never good. The solar panel maker is restating results. Said it needed to restate results after finding errors. So let's see. So they released 3 months. This is November 1st. This is when they release. So I'm assuming what they did is, or in their last release, they're now having to restate. Never a good, never a good sign. All right, guys, let's take a look, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, not a very big upgrade list. All right, are these in? Take a look at AMRC. There's an upgrade for AMRC. I see the price target. Let's see if it's there already. No, interesting. So Roth has upgraded them with a price target of 44. We're sitting at $30 right now. No volume at all. A few more of these in, guys. BTAI on the move, guys. I can hear it. I can hear it in my gap up. BTAI on the move. I guess Verizon had its best day in 20 years or something, or 15 years. This was yesterday, Verizon. I mean, that's a huge move for Verizon with that float. All right, downgrades. Ooh, a few more downgrades than upgrades this morning. Well, again, what I'm looking for, a couple things to see if there's any big downgrade. In other words, I see a price target that is way below the current price, and or one company being downgraded by multiple firms, which I don't see right now. Just going through the list. See, True has a couple of downgrades. That was from yesterday. Or True had a bad day yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. Briefing.com. So briefing.com, SUNY, I mean, both upgrades and downgrades. Okay, it's a free service. It's briefing.com. It's a website. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Running real. So the LRN guys, I mean, it's a big, big gap up here. LRN, big gap up. 50 is a tough one maybe to get through. I mean, it tried a couple of times. 52, it's drifting down a little bit. 50 could be tough. Yeah, T-Doc definitely is. I think this gapped way down. I think, didn't it? Oh, not as far down as I thought. I thought it was. I'm thinking of something else. Gap that gap way down below the 200-day moving average, but you can't even see it. 200-day is way up here. Earnings play. T-Doc is an earnings play. And look at the weekly chart. I think that's what Real is looking at too. Nothing really holding it. Take a look at the monthly on this one. Yeah, I mean, it's not an all-time low quite yet, but almost. And the LRN on the other side, on the flip side, as far as a stock that might move, I mean, this is sort of the flip of the T-Doc in terms of a stock that is near its lifetime high. I haven't looked at how's. I'm sure it's not doing too well. I'm take a look at ARKK. Yeah, this is Kathy Wood and her ETF. LRN right at 50, right at 50. Okay, let's take a quick look at the major sectors. Click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, scroll down until I see show more, and then sector status. And again, we're in for a weak open, so most of the, I'm sure all the sectors, energy usually can be the wild card. And just like I was saying, so so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 86% in green means 86% of these stocks are up from yesterday's close. Okay, so energy, as we speak, is pretty is the strongest sector as we speak. You can see what the weakest sectors are. Technology, 85% below. Interesting, I mean, a lot of them are just sort of 50-50. Technology is definitely the weak sector right now. I hate surfing. Sorry. Great ideas. I just don't like it. Don't like the way it defaults to surfing. Come on, get my colors back. There we go. All right, guys, take a look at Snap. Wow, does Snap get? Oh no, Snap still struggling. 1026 is a 200-day moving average. Okay, you can see that blue line on my chart, my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. You mentioned Uli, ULY. Amen. I did see this here. So this had a big gap up in the pre-market, but really it's still up 10%. I didn't realize. So it was way down here. I guess it closed obviously 10% under here, but it had a big pop in the pre-market. This was a recent IPO, but I don't think there's much to see right now. SPWR just made another new low. SPWR, not quite. Well, basically a lifetime low now for SPWR, and it's a restatement of their financials in essence. GBX, I don't see GBX. Probably the reason, probably the volume or something is, yeah, the volume is just a little bit light. That's why I'm not seeing it. But yeah, GBX getting right into the 200-day moving average, 34.83. So just a little bit above the 200-day. Hey, real, we have exactly the same number, 34.83. All right, VRT. Let's see. Yeah, VRT. This is a lifetime high. VRT is a lifetime high. It's an earnings play. With this market doing what it's doing, though, of course, gapping down this morning. I mean, my bias is, well, it's already starting to fade. My bias is to fade most of these pops. So VRT in the pre-market got up to almost 45. So yeah, tomorrow, William. I mean, if I can remember to do it, I will do it. But I don't know why it's not doing the process automatically. But you have to go to these two tabs and start that. Click the gear and then the trash, and that'll remove everything. And then go to specific stocks, do the same thing, and even do the questions, I suppose. I don't know why it's not doing it automatically. I actually did a close myself yesterday after you left, but it didn't seem to take. I guess if you do, I have to do a complete lockdown, which I don't really want to do. Anyway, Bear, Baer. This was a one from yesterday. I was waiting to see if it would take this out. Well, look at, okay, guys, now it's no volume, but no volume yet. Had a big day yesterday, of course. I was waiting to see if it would take out 538, which is the high looking left. And if it does take that out, it has room to 6, but there's no volume yet. That is BAER. I think what Real is talking about it because it looked the same on my channel. On my, he's talking about BTAI was at the top of a channel, I think, and I have it at around 356 or so. I'm sure Reals might be a little bit different, and then from there it is falling. Issue is there's no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers, so couldn't do anything anyway. RTX from yesterday, which did not move for hours. This is an earnings play. I still have my alert set up here. See if it can take out 80.50 later. This was an earnings play yesterday, big gap up. But when you look at the, this really didn't do too much. This may look like there's a big move, but not really. There's a pretty tight channel all day. After it gapped down, still big, it was still up for the day, but it did gap down. All right, guys, we're getting close, a minute and a half for this open. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Well, it's the big thing for Snap is to get through that 200-day, and it's right there. 1026 is the 200-day moving average, so it's a little bit above it right now. I mean, if it can take that out, then their next high is 1058 or so. 1060 actually, next high looking left on the daily. Hard for me to believe it's going to rip anymore, but hey, that's why it's always fun. You never know. Stephen, you're having a tough time getting into the main room. Don't have an answer for that. There's lots of people in the room now, so I can just give you the link. Don't know why you'd be having a problem, but I can give you the link again. Do apologize. All right, GBX. Yes, let's have a great trading day, everybody. About 5 seconds for the open. I'll get rid of this. I saw our firm had a price target of 13, I think. Right, this was in my downgrades, price target of 13. I don't know who these guys are, Compass Point. Wow, there's Snap. Holy smokes. Okay, well, that went right through. That went right through. Interesting. When I say right through that 200-day moving average, right through that high. Well, I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1080. What did it get to? Got to 1087. Okay, guys, LRN, big earning, well, not big earnings play, but it is an earnings play, all-time high, I believe now. We're very close to it. Through 50. Okay, T-Doc did gap down, but then it popped up. GBX continues down. Look at the volume guy. You got to be careful if you're in this, though. I mean, well, it's impossible to trade. Seriously. This is what's going on here. 32, 37, 36 on the bid ask. So there's only 10,000 shares. So it's basically impossible to trade. So when I say that, I don't mean you can't trade it, but you it's just that's a huge bid ask. And the market opens up with a giant red bar. Yeah, so this ASPA is a SPAC. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of these earnings plays that this LRN is still pretty strong. Longer it holds over 50. Definitely in the face of this market. Ugh, look at SunPower, SPWR, just cratering here. SPWR all-time low. SPWR all-time low. Big giant, excuse me, red candle here. Or red candle on the 15. Okay, guys, VRT. Wow, look at this. VRT now. Big drop. This is an earnings play. It got up to 45 in the pre-market. $5 drop. Still positive for the day, but really, really dropping now. VRT. Look at T-Doc. Crazy, isn't it? T-Doc, big pop up now. A bottoming tail. Okay, so this reminds me a little bit like Xerox yesterday. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown earlier at 9:31 Eastern. Xerox did kind of the same thing, and then it popped, and then it dropped. So what I'm gonna do with this is put an alert at that price again, 1657, and see if it takes it out later on. And this is what I'm talking about, okay? Xerox, I mean, I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen with this one, but it reminds me of what Xerox did yesterday also. Showed up early in this 10-day daily breakdown. It popped up and then it came back down to the price, the alert price, and then it dropped significantly after that. Look at the learn, guys, LRN. So this is a nice earnings play. I'm not in it, too early for me, but nice earnings play. LRN, almost basically a lifetime high now. LRN, basically a lifetime high. Look at Roku. So Davidson is trying to pump this one up with a buy and a target at 90. I don't think so. Not today, anyway. Not with the with what's happening with the market. When I say that, I don't mean that they're saying it's going to get to 90 today, but okay, this is probably an earnings play. OPCH, OPCH. Yes, it's an earnings play. Option Care Health earnings play through the 200-day moving average, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. OPCH. But again, it's too early for me to take these. Look at the SunPower SPWR. Now this, I mean, lifetime low now. SPWR showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. SPWR. VRT. Wow, VRT halted on the way down. This was up at, my goodness, look at this one. This was up at $45. 37 now, actually gone negative. At one point, this was, getting close to a lifetime high. VRT. It's an earnings play. And this just got halted on the way down. Now look at Snap now, guys. Yeah, look, it snapped right back down to 10. I don't know, real that T-Doc for some reason looks pretty strong. Still crazy in the face of what the market's doing. If you're looking at the same LRC as I am, it looks like it's right at the top. Maybe yours is broken through. I don't know. Boy, LRN guys, oh, LRN, very, very strong. And it's just too early for me to take these, but that holding 50 was so key. SunPower now under 4, SPWR under 4. All right, guys, I am checking out a couple of things here on my thumbnail. I like the GBX. I mean, the GBX was untradeable. Still, like not a lot of volume yet. The spread is tightened up a bit, 33.25, 33.70, as opposed to the $5 spread that it was before. But still, it's a low float for a $33 stock, 30 million in the float. All right, this is not an earnings play, but this is gapping down also. IDYA, excuse me, it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Let's take a look at this one to see where it could go. I mean, I think the next low looking left is around, is that right? We're at 24.32 right now. So the low today was around 24. So if it takes out the low of today, yeah, if it takes out the low of today, guys, I mean, the next low on the weekly chart is 21.24. So there is definitely some room if it takes out the low of today. I'm going to stick a price alert around 23.98 to see, first of all, if it takes it out. Okay. And that is for the IDYA. What is this? Meanwhile, Bitcoin, boy, oh boy, Bitcoin is doing this thing again. Look at the SPY. Yikes. We're at that 420 level, but the 200-day is 422. So in that area anyway. So Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin had another run. Well, this OPCH continues down, guys. I just did not take it to just again a little too early for me, but this is, I mean, if this takes out this area here, 29.52. The next lows are around about $2 away, 27.74-ish. This is an earnings play, OPCH. Okay, this is one of those crazy SPACs, the DDCA, sorry, DKDCA. Look at this. I mean, this is, you talk about wild trading. Look at the VRT, got down to 37.39, pops right back up to 40.82. Okay, guys, IDYA. I mean, this is, I mean, if it takes out this low, again, this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, IDYA. I don't know if there's any news on this. They're doing a financing. Okay, they're doing a financing 120 at 23.50. So yeah, so keep that in mind. Okay, they're doing a financing 23.50. So it is a little bit above the financing price. So that is the reason for the drop. All right, we are now 15 minutes in. I am not muted. I better not be muted. Okay, good. Thank you. Wow, this OPCH, I mean, I did not take it. Again, just a little bit early for me, but this is really, again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, and an alert here at 3047. This is my 10-day. Sharing all my scans, guys. I'll get into that in a bit. If you're new to the room, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Live on the mic, sharing my screen. Look at this market. So let's take a look at that 200-day. I think it's around 422, 422.68 to be exact. So now we are below the 200-day moving average on the SPY. That happened yesterday or 2 days ago also, but it did pop back up. But we'll see what happens now. Hmm. LTH, is this an earnings play? LTH, let me go look at this one. This is an earnings play also. LTH is an earnings play, and the next low looking left on the weekly, it's almost there, I think. Um, Low is 1284. It's at 1280. So the next low is 1158. So it's got some room to the next low on the weekly chart. That is LTH. Unfortunately, we're sort of in chase mode on this. Okay, this is a daily reversal, guys. XPAV is a daily reversal. So I had a big day yesterday. Look underneath there, 1320 is the next low looking left. So it has a dollar to that next low. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you can see, of course, it's a daily reversal, probably just tracking what the market is doing also. You know, a couple of opening red bars on the SPY. A lot of stocks are going to look like this. I know Shady took this Leanne here. So Leanne, the high yesterday, LIAN, the high yesterday, almost got there. That's where it's looks like it's stalling. 349 was the high yesterday, got up to 347. All right, guys, IDYA, really interesting now. Okay, below the low of the day, or at the low of the day right now, and 2113. So it's got some room underneath. Okay, guys, IDYA on the move down here, guys, on the way down. And yes, I'm in it. Yes, yes. And I'm not telling anybody to do what I do, but I'm just pointing out where it took out that low today. It's got some room underneath. This is not an earnings play though, but it is a financing. Getting closer to that financing price. In fact, I think it's right at the financing price. So 23.50. So I have taken some off. Okay. I've taken some off here. 23.50 is the financing price. Now I want to see if it just moves down below it. Again, this is right at the financing price, IDYA, right at the financing price at 23.50. Excuse me. Well, obviously, just going to look at my 10-day daily breakdowns right now, guys. AVTR is another one showing up. Is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. Earnings are coming up. Problem is, for me anyway, 1932, a little close to that whole number. 1921 is the next low looking left on the weekly, so I'm not as interested in this. RES is an earnings play, I believe. Looking ugly. Sorry, very choppy looking. All right, very ugly looking daily 15-minute chart. Big topping tail. Look at this market. Relentless selling right now, guys. Relentless. You know what is still strong is that LRN. It's very, very strong earnings play. Very strong. Lifetime high. Okay, guys, all out of the IDYA. Looks like that maybe that 50 cent is going to hold it. So just a quick trade, quick short for me. Now look at Snap now, guys. Not going to surprise me if this goes negative. Snap, 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 of course. It is an earnings play today. Excuse me. The next low, if it does take out, well, the low of today is around 960, I guess. So GPS is testing the high of the day. Had an upgrade. I think with 17. Did I say 17? 17. Yeah, Wells Fargo, 16, sorry. GPS, Wells Fargo upgraded it to price target of 16. I think they had an original one of around 11. So I mean, that's helping, obviously, because it's nothing to do with earnings. and it's sort of flying into the face of what the market is doing. Well, it's not the actual volume; it's the relative volume. I look at, I am, but I can't tell you if it's 594 right now, it's obviously going to be trading millions today. Relative volume is 6, so it's trading 6 times normal. That's what I look at. I don't look at I mean, you have to have some minimum volume, of course, but it's more the relative volume. Is it trading abnormally? And yes, it is. It is an earnings play, but it's cheap, super cheap. I mean, I look at this and I think, look at the daily chart. I mean, there's a couple of highs at 170, 175. To me, Leor, it's a mess. Okay. It's just a choppy looking chart. But if it meets your trading plan and style, go for it. But I mean, it's nothing I like. Well, let's put it this way. When you look at IMPP and you look at a chart that looks like this, I mean, this is just, there's no edge. You've got a big bottoming tail. You've got this topping tail. There's really, to me, there's no edge. And when you look left, it's got it between here and two, or actually 180, there's a lot of, to me anyway, there's a lot of resistance. So that just prevents me from even looking at it. Well, and that's a good statement. You're still looking for your method. That's why you should use the simulator and practice. It could take you months before you figure out, exactly what MRT, AMRX, what your style is going to be. Same thing. I mean, when I look at AMRX, I look left and I just see, potential blocking. I mean, it had a great day yesterday, another continuation today. The next high looking left is, I mean, I suppose if you don't mind all this little area right there, which is 440, that's pretty close. The next high is 460 on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room on a percentage basis if it can get up there. But remember, as Real so aptly pointed out yesterday, trade ideas is a tool. Okay. But you're absolutely right, the simulator, but it's a tool. And the program, again, is called Trade Ideas because it generates ideas, but you have to still understand how to trade. By the way, what you're seeing here, this Leanne, this is something I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade in the simulator. Okay, this was from yesterday. I held it, so I didn't get rid of it, and so this is just a carryover from yesterday in the simulator. I'm not in this in my not in this for real. Just relentless, guys, relentless selling right now. So, I say this often, if you won't short for whatever reason, either A, maybe your account you're not permitted to, or for psychological reasons, I mean, it's pretty tough to go long right now on, I'm not saying there's nothing, but pretty tough. Here's maybe something. I mean, this is trying to reverse here. CALX was an earnings play yesterday. Okay, big gap down, though it got down to 32.37 and it closed up here at 34.80, trying to come back a little bit. If this market ever stopped moving down, doesn't have to be moving up, but just sort of stop moving down. This is the type of thing that could bounce. Okay, could bounce. And why would it be interesting to me? Because the next high looking left is almost 39.62. Excuse me. So it certainly has room, but market just has to stop moving down. It doesn't have to be again moving up, but just even just rest for a bit. I can see I got quite fortunate on the IDYA. So what I'm going to do with this CALX, you can kind of see, look at yesterday's trading on the 15-minute chart. And right now, if it can somehow, maybe get up to around 35, 36 or so in that range, and if the market can just stop moving down, this has a chance to start to fill in this little void here. Parts block. Okay, muddy waters, right? That just come out. Not quite an all-time low, but look at I mean, just take a look at CAN, the ETF for the solars. Now, I'm not really paying too much attention to these guys. I mean, this ASPA, I mean, it's a SPAC. It just got just resumed. I just wish these were shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, this is right at that low again, guys. This LTH, that's an earnings play. LTH. In fact, okay, guys. So this also just showed up on my 10-day daily, excuse me, my 10-day daily breakdown, 1272. Okay, so I'm definitely very interested in this one. LTH. It's got some room down to on the weekly chart down to 1158. Not saying it's getting there, but that's all I do. I just look left and it has enough room to keep moving until it hits that next low. If I'm shorting, then it becomes a big candidate for me. William, I think you said you went long sedge, did you? Or did you go short? I think you went long. Ooh, did you go long sedge? If you did, you must be out of it. out of it now. I don't know why I have a price alert here. You are long, Sag. Still? The SPWR had the little pop over 4, and now it's down below 4 again, all-time low. Okay, LTH is not moving. I'm in this one. I am short this LTH. My price, you mean a price alert I put on a chart? No, it stays there until I take it off. Here's my price alerts window. Here's a bunch of, well, there's flex. Oh no, so the answer is it'll remain as a green line. Okay. Once I start to, if I delete all everything, then of course that green line will disappear, but it'll remain as a green line. It would have been from, yeah, a while back. And in fact, it was created. I don't know why the date's not here. Anyway, yeah, but it was definitely, I did not do it today. Do I know specifically why the market's getting destroyed? Well, I just think it's, call it inflation, call it whatever you want. I mean, the market is just, not believing any. Google came out with earnings, not great, but Microsoft countered that. But I just think it's the overall market malaise. I mean, it's that simple. Inflation worries. But I'm the wrong person. I'm the absolute wrong person to really comment on stuff like that. Okay, come on down, LTH. Bill's pointing out that LRN is looks like it finally is topping out. Whoops, sorry about that. Put that in the that's where it went. Okay, LTH. What's got to happen for me anyway is that ask has to catch up to the bid, and this is what I'm talking about. There's the bid of 1262. The ask is at 1273. It's got to catch up to it. Move down is what it was not as bad when I took that short. It's a 10-cent spread. It's a little wide for a $12 stock. Well, Stratasys is getting kicked too, guys. SSYS, probably maybe a little sympathy with DDD, same sector, of course. All-time low now for Stratasys, SSYS. Doesn't look good for this BTAI. I know it's an AI alert, but doesn't look that good. Okay, here's another one, Costamare. I think it's Costamare is showing up on my 10-day, or sorry, no, Constellium. I thought it was the other one. So Constellium, CSTM, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And looks like the next low looking left on the weekly is 1340. Nope, 1377, 1377. And it's an earnings play. CSTM is an earnings play. How many earnings plays we're getting? Another earnings play, guys. OMF is another earnings play. OMF. Okay, guys. So my LTH is just sort of pausing here. I'm in at 1281. So if it's back up to that area, I'll just take it out. I am short. Okay, there's another earnings play, Mobileye, MBLY, another earnings play. Very choppy though. I know it's an AI alert also, but to me, it's just too choppy. Choppy meaning, topping tails and bottoming tails. It's just not a, for me, it's just not a good look. Look at this market, just continues. I'm surprised that this IDYA bounced like it did off the financing price, mainly because of what the market is doing. But it got right, a little bit below the financing of 2350. All right, yeah, this ASPA. I mean, again, it's a SPAC, guys. They basically decided, or it's been voted on in terms of who they're going to merge with. I guess it's been given the approval. I don't know when it'll start trading. As the news symbol, I couldn't see that in the news. All right, I'm getting a little grunt, grunt, grunt. This is my sound alert for my 10-day daily breakdown, the pig sound. So every time I hear it, I look over here and see what is the one. So right now, LTH, it's a SPAC. ASPA is a SPAC, blank check company. Are you asking me what is, you know what a SPAC is, Obi? SPAC acronym? Oh, you do not know. Oh, okay. Well, for those who don't know, it's called a blank check company. So basically, it's created. A bunch of investors put money in, usually around $10. You can see $10. And what they're looking for is a stock to take public, a private company to take public, merge with and take it public. It's an easier way to do it. It's somewhat controversial, but it's been happening for 5 years now in a great way. When I say a great way, many SPACs. I think it really took off in 2018. And so the news on this one is that their shareholders who control ASPA have decided that yes, we will merge with, I don't know what the name of the company is, I can't remember anymore. And so this will stop trading as ASPA when the merger is absolutely finalized, and then it start trading as the new symbol afterwards. Ah, LTH reversing on me. No, I'm going to give it just a little bit more time. It's reversing on me. It's basically where I shorted it. I'm talking about the LTH. Want to see if it can move down a little bit from here, but if not, I'll just get out. It's sort of bouncing a little bit with the market, which is not good because I mean, I'm always just trying to find stocks that are trading on their own, not to not really trading with whatever the market is doing. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the LTH for the little loss. I'm disappointed. I had a gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. Oof, the OPCH though continues down here. That was really, if I had to look at all these, this was the one 30.47, now 29.20. So over a dollar 27. It's just, it was too early for me to take it. See, look at the LTH, it came at 10.05. And I just don't like taking trades in the first 15 minutes. Boy, this still has some room. If you took this short, it still has some room. I'm talking about the OPCH, the next low looking left. 27.18. Geez, another $2. Yeah, even though they're not, I don't think LRN is China, but you read well, you didn't read my mind. I looked at that earlier, wanted to see who's behind LRN, and like I might have a lot to do with China, but definitely the same sector. Absolutely. But it's not, look at this though. Oh, it is an earnings play also. Okay, it is. I didn't realize that Edu was an earnings play also. EDU. Now this is coming maybe. I mean, there's your high over here, $66 or so. Oh boy, OPCH. Oh, that's too bad. Man, I wish this had more room. AVTR guys, another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The next low looking left is 1875. Again, here was the alert. 1936, 1896 now. I didn't like the CSTN because I thought it had some support not that far away. So both of them are earnings plays. EDU and TAL, both earnings plays out of China. Boy, look at Mara, guys. The Mara is a daily reversal. 934 looks like the low yesterday, approximately. And if it takes, excuse me, I mean, if it takes that out, then the next low is 774. Of course, this is all to do with Bitcoin. Otis, are we taking you up? No, they're still down for the day, but Otis Elevators, or I guess it's not Otis Elevators, officially, Otis Worldwide Corporation, but trying to move higher here. It is still down for the day, but it is trying to recover somewhat. The town drunk. Oh, I was going back further. Oh, there's the T doc now. The T doc is now starting to approach the original price alert on the 10-day daily breakdown. There's the Edu. Boy, Edu, super strong. Even the LRN is now rebounding. There you go, Pepe. I knew somebody would know. All right, maybe keep an eye on this low volume though. SAN, ASAN. I love how much room it's got. When you look left, 1746 over a dollar, but the volume isn't great. It's not an earnings play. And Lian on the move now, guys. LIAN. I know Shady took it a couple of times, I think. Took out yesterday's high now. Probably a low float. Don't have any float information on it. As opposed to BTAI, this does not look good now. This does not look good now, guys. So hopefully anybody who was in it is out. I mean, I love to take this, Otis. It's a great looking bounce now, but I just, hard for me to take anything long right now with this market, what it's doing. Market again, I know I repeat myself. The market doesn't have to be going up. I just want it to stop going down if I'm going to, try to take anything long, even if it just sort of bases here a bit. Here's another earnings play, guys. ROIC. No, I thought it was an all-time low. It is not an all-time low, but again, look what happened pre-market. 915 got up to 1224, came right back down. You can see there hardly anything in the abnormal option activity, guys. First one was at 1012 CSTM. So this is still, I mean, the problem with it, VICR, I mean, it's only has 22 million in the float. It's a $37 stock. Yeah, it's down 28%. I wonder what the spread is like. Actually, the spread is not terrible. 37.68, 37.86 for that sort of a float and that price of a stock. You know what? LRN is right back up. LRN is right back up. So the three education stocks, two in the States, sorry, two in China, EDU and TAL, and then now LRN. Maybe LRN has something to do with China. I mean, it's a US company, but maybe they do a lot of work in China. I don't know. Okay, well, there's a green bar. So this is helping Otis. I'm not in it, but it is helping Otis if you did take it. What a bounce for that IDYA. I'm very well, that's why well, I didn't get stopped out. I mean, I didn't lose money. I made some money on it, but that's a great bounce. 2350 financing. Okay, guys, I'm starting to look at some of these bouncers toppers with the market doing this. So this is something, it's not on my homepage yet. I'll probably put it on end of the week, but bouncers toppers. So these are looking for stocks that are potential bounce plays. If it's in blue, so you can take a look at bank, BANC. You can see what it's doing. I get an alert at 10:08. Doesn't mean I take the trade right away, of course, but and I would not take a bounce play unless the market was at least in your favor a little bit. So there's the PayPal, PYPL, and not an earnings play, but there's your 5167. So now before it bounced, it moved down to 5144. Remember, these are ideas. Now, if it's in orange, this is a potential topping play. So something that you might want to look at shorting. So there's the AVXL at 570, got up to 570. Not an earnings play. Gold, what's happening with gold? Now, I will say this is if you're new to trading, trying to time a shorting a top or trying to play a bounce, probably the hardest thing. Probably the hardest thing. No, well, these are mine, Raven. I mean, I shouldn't say nothing to do with trade ideas. Obviously, I'm using. Question was, does the trade ideas website have a description of all these different kinds of plays that I'm describing? No, I mean these are my scans. But if you listen to me, not all you have to do is listen. And the bouncers toppers. I think I explained it. It's looking for a bounce, looking for a stock that's been beaten up, and then maybe putting in a bounce. And on orange, again, this is just color coded the way I like to see it. The option scanner is, excuse me, it's a looking for abnormal option activity. So in other words, here's BTAI as an example. It's traded 4,200 contracts today, which represents 5.3 times normal. Well, these are because these are my strategies, Raven. Okay, they're mine. Understand that with trade ideas, you can create so many different types of scans. These are just my scans, the way I like to trade or see things. Okay. So you're not going to see this is nothing to do with back to basics or anything. I mean, the whole idea of back to basics is to get at least an understanding of a knowledge about candlestick patterns, what the market, how to Well, how to identify candlestick patterns, why volume's important, things like that. So that gives you the basis behind, what you might want to start looking for. And then it's up to you. I mean, I'm a momentum trader, so that's why I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But that's not everybody. Everybody doesn't want to trade like that. Not, I shouldn't say everybody. Not everybody wants to trade like that. Some would like to see a pullback to a certain level. And that's why using the simulator, you can experiment because when you start out, when a person starts out, you don't know what style you want other than, well, I want to make money. Sure, we all want to make money, but you don't know what style of trader you're going to be. I say this all the time. I didn't know I wanted to be a momentum trader, but after, months, years almost, I didn't settle on being a momentum trader just like that. But it seemed to make sense to me, and so I just kind of zeroed in on that. Shoot, look at the LTH now. Should I get back in it? See, this is what can drive you crazy, about trading. Why did it have to do that? That green bar, even if it's just a slight little green bar, but it basically, it took me out of the trade, made some money on it, but now it's starting to progress down again. I think the big thing about the back to basics and all that Michael talks about is, you have to have a trading plan, but you have to have, look at this market, guys. The concept of having a stop, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working for you. And that's probably the most difficult thing. Like, okay, that sounds great, but where is that price I'm going to get out? And that's where you've got to practice. I mean, what I like to do is I size up on a chart where I think there might be some support. And if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Or, if I were starting out, I'd probably maybe use the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop, get out of the trade. Look at the learn guys. Wow, that is a strong earnings play still. Wow, it's 10:40 already. That's actually been a fairly fast morning. All right, so what I want to do, a little deviation here, okay? I don't mean, no, little deviation from what I normally do. I'm going to talk about the test drive first. All right, so I put in a link called the test drive, okay? Test drive November 6th to 20th. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm hoping we didn't have the same problem we had last week. Okay, so here, what you're seeing here, this is the test drive. Starts on the 6th of November, excuse me, so not too far away. That is a Monday. It runs to the following Friday. Okay, that's 10 trading days. It will cost you $11.11, and you'll have access to our full premium service, except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. I have to keep repeating myself on that because if you're trying to sign up for the test drive because you want to practice auto trading, forget about it. You hear me, I never really talk about auto trading other than to say I don't do it and I never will. Okay. Otherwise, you'll have access to the full premium service, including things like in the Market Explorer, when we do have an add on called a Anchored VWAP, all these strategies. It's a $49 add on, but it'll be part of the test drive. So you can take a look at that. Now, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre, okay? So please don't harass our support people and say, well, where's my data? I just signed up. It doesn't start until the 6th. You will have access to the program though on the 3rd, which is the Friday before, about an hour after the market closes, so that you can take a look at trade ideas, certainly for the balance of Friday evening and then over the weekend. You have to do a little bit of work, okay, to understand what the program is all about. Please don't come in Monday morning and say, well, I signed up, but I don't know what I'm looking at. What does this program do? There is, do a little bit of work, so take it seriously. I know it's only $11.11, but, take it seriously. We only do this probably about 3 times a year now. We don't have free trials. This is about as close as you're going to get. And the other thing is that when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. So that's the test drive. Now I will talk about my homepage and what you can find on my homepage. There you are. Just had to find my link. Before I do that, is there a connection between the share price and its stop point? Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, okay, let's just say I wanted to get into Learn, okay, LRN. And I was going to take it right here at 53.64. In theory, I could put my stop down here at around 51, okay, because I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. That'd be a pretty wide stop for my style of trading. But so yeah, there is a connection. I mean, your current price, and then you have to start looking at a chart and where you think this is why you got to practice where you think there could be a support level, so that if it broke down through that support level, you want to be out of the trade. That's your stop. Okay. So I mean, I don't know if that's what you mean, but there is a connection, of course. Yes. Okay, guys. My homepage. Now, the other thing is I have a promo code that you can use. I don't think it's been changed on the homepage site yet, so I'll just have to give it to you. Yeah, so you're referring to what you see on a chart, okay? On our charts, I don't have it. I don't think I've got it. Properties, show smart risk levels. Let me see if I can bring one up. Yeah, so it's just a guide, okay, Leor. You see, okay, for instance, what it's saying is that if you took this trade right now at 369, when you click on an alert, a smart stop will automatically be generated. Okay, you can use it. I mean, I don't because it's not exactly the way I like to put my stops. But if you're starting out, you can practice using it because what it's telling you is that when you click on an alert, this will be automatically generated. It's based on the volatility. I mean, without getting into too much detail, the volatility of 15-minute candles, a high and the low of the day, and it automatically is generated. So you can if you want, you can use that as a stop. and see, you can practice using it and see what you think. Yes, guys, I got back into the LTH. And now it's really starting to work. So, and every time now, this will change because if Leanne went up to 380 and I clicked on it and it was up at 380, that smart stop will adjust. Okay, so it all depends on when you click on the alert. If I click on BTAI as an example, right now it's saying, okay, if you took the trade. Oh, okay, that's a bad example because it's an AI alert. Yeah, so if I took ASAN right now at 1864, the suggestion is a stop at around 1850. But if I had clicked on this later on and the stock was up here, say at 19, that smart stop would be higher. Okay. But when you get into the trade, that would be your stop if you want to use the smart stop, if that makes sense. Well, no, it's true wherever you take the trade, it's true for wherever you take the trade. But obviously, I mean, if a stock starts running, you would not, I mean, that smart stop will constantly adjust to wherever you take the trade, if you take the trade. Does that make sense? So it's not that it's only good for 15 minutes. It's just that when you click on the alert, it's generated. And if you took the trade right at the alert price, then that would be your stop. Okay. That makes sense? Why don't I ever auto trade? Because I always want to click on an alert and see what's happening. It's that simple. I will never auto trade. I want to check the pattern. I want to check left to see how much room I've got. Looking left. I want to see what the market's doing. And I'm sizing this up in a very short period of time. And I don't get hung up if I say, yeah, I want to take this trade and it's moved, a few pennies on me. So I will never auto trade. Never, never, never. And if you're new to trading, I would never auto trade. Well, I mean, look, the reason for it, I mean, it sounds wonderful. It takes all the emotion out of trading, etc. You get into the trade where the system is telling you to, but I just think there are too way, 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 way too many variables when it comes to trading to allow auto trading. So I don't. I just don't. I never will. All right, guys. So let me keep going on my home page. So there is the promo code to use. Okay. So when you click on my homepage link, I didn't even click on it. So when you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. So don't use Barry 15, use Barry 25. Okay. Use Barry 25. I have to get the guy to change my homepage to that. But you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, again, if you're going to take the test drive or take out a subscription, you must do the get started. And this, at the very, very least, it'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, and introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. I would forget about dock layout. I mean, I don't want to call it advanced, but I don't think that would not be one of the things I would focus on. Okay. But just, scans, know what a top list window is, know what an alert window is. So if you come in and you're going to be doing this test drive or you take out a subscription, at least do this. Okay. You go through these videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes for the 10 videos. Okay, so that's the getting started. And then right beside it, if you're new to trading, free course or free series of videos. I don't want to call it a course exactly, but if you were in the YouTube room yesterday, Michael Moss was there. He's the one who put this together. So you can take a look at that. It is all free. If you're new to trading, I would absolutely recommend you take a look at this. I mean, there are a lot of videos. You don't have to look at every single video. But if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this Trading 101. It's free. Stock of the day video that I do, it is free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And there was no trade this week. Steve suggested being in cash. Here's the education section over here. So again, if you take out a subscription or you're going to take the test drive, you might want to look at the education section. There's the getting started again. More details about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and price alerts. Price alerts. You'll see me use them all the time. You don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, just like any other software program. There's a lot of stuff in there. You don't have to learn everything about it. Okay. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. It's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I will confirm that it is Jamie before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there and listen to Jamie. So guys, all I ask is this, is that if you do decide to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Again, Barry25 is what you can use right now to get 25% off. Why? Because it helps the room immensely. It'll keep the room free. We want to keep this room free. The only way we can do it though is if when you take out a subscription at any point, whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, you use my promo. It'll help to keep the room free. Okay. And my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, if you scroll down to that middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are the gappers up, the gappers down. That at least helps me to identify the stocks that may, once the market opens, could be the interesting ones to follow. Doesn't mean everything that I see, is I'm going to trade it, but at least it helps me find the ones that could be interesting once the market opens. Pulse resumes. You can see over here. This is the momentum scan right over here. Momo. This is the abnormal option activity scan right there. And you will hear me refer to this one all day, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, there they are right here. I've separated them so into the individual scans, okay, as opposed to all together. The reason I do that is that some people don't want to short. So you can pick and choose which ones you want, but there they are, the breakdowns, breakouts. Over the target is no longer valid, Raven. That promo code it's gone. So the best you can do now is use my I'll just get rid of that. Yeah, so the best you can do now is use my promo code for 25% off. Okay, so just a little bit of talk about what Trade Ideas is. Now, again, if you're new to the room, again, big welcome. So what you're seeing here, these are the scans that I like, okay? It doesn't have to be the ones that you like, but these are the ones that I'm sharing. So if you looked at this momentum scan, Momo scan, and you're wondering, and you have it loaded and you're wondering, well, what is it looking for? Good question. So let's take a look. I right click on this window and click on configure, and then I click on summary. This is telling me what what the scan is looking for, okay? So this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. There are a lot of screeners out there you can buy. Excuse me. And this is the screening aspect. But what we're really, really good at is real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is what gives it the momentum. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal and 5 minutes, 400% of normal, that's what gives it the momentum. That's why it's called a momentum scan. So if all these values are met, filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why game, it's at 10:58. So you can see it just happened. And the price was 230. It met all of these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day. Okay. Now, if you like the scam, but maybe you don't like the price range, you can of course change it if you want. So if I left click on this on the icons, you can see here are all the filter, excuse me, here are all the filter values that I used. And if I want, I go to the price and I can just maybe change it to 10. I want 10 and 100. Click on the summary, and you can see it's now changed. Then you would say okay. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is you can take my scans and then you can kind of customize them to maybe a different price range or another volume that you like. Or if you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you see a filter that you want to add, or maybe you want to take out one that I'm using. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I right click, configure, and then instead of clicking on summary this time, I'll click on search. So these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons, and you can see right front and center, the two top ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. Those are the two most popular ones we've got, but we have a lot of other real-time alert, okay? And if I scroll down a bit, these are the filter icons that we've got. And again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all, okay? We have so many because when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You can kind of scroll through them. And if if you're used to trading, you might say, they do have that, And if you're wondering also, if we do have something, say RSI. So you just, in the search terms, you just click on RSI. This is what we have for RSI. But if you said, well, I don't like this, I want a 10-minute RSI, sorry, we don't have it. Okay. Okay, guys. Now, this simulator, I can't, I cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. So all you need to have access to the simulator, which uses our real-time data, is our standard service. And to get the simulator, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. And this is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, this is only available if you're using the downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version of Trade Ideas, you will not have access to the simulator. Okay, Grumpy, you know what? You're getting a little crazy. I mean, let's. Okay, now you're starting to tick me off. Don't make me ban you again, Grumpy. Okay. All right, guys. So to use the simulator, it's really simple. You just click on an alert. Say I click on game, and the symbol shows up. If you click on this blank box here, there are some share sizes you can pick from, or you can of course type whatever you want in here. And it's pretty simple to use. You pick how many shares you want, you click the buy, and then you send it. And you can practice swing trading. I took this trade yesterday in the simulator, the LIAN, and I did not get out of it until I got out of it earlier today. And I should have shown you how to do that. If you had a series of trades you're in, you want to get out of a trade, you just highlight it and then you flatten it. That'll get you out of the trade. Or you could get out of half your trade, or you could double your position. Okay. But again, if I took a trade today and I don't get out of it at the end of the day, then that's how I can practice swing trading. You keep saying 462 po. I'm sure you mean 362. I noticed you put that earlier, bouncing from 460, but I'm sure you mean 360. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I am sorry. I thought you were talking about SPWR. Are you talking about SPWR or SPWH? No, you were talking about SPWH. Okay, sorry about that. I just assumed you were talking about SPWR. Well, yeah, I made a little bit on that LTH, but it popped up on me, so I'm out of it again. I was really hoping it would move a lot further down. Well, when you said that price, I thought you meant you got in SPWR at 362 or thereabouts. Oh, I noticed it didn't get down there. So that would have been a nice bounce for you. Okay, guys. Well, we're having, and that's probably what that did not help my LTH trade, is that the market started to bounce here. Okay, guys. So at this point, I'm not in any trade, and just a word here. I mean, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me or anything like that. So if you're new, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. This one has really surprised me. It's an IDYA. I mean, that is a great bounce off 2350. That's where they're doing their financing. Still down for the day, but well off the financing price now. Well off it, almost $2.50 above it. And on a day, yes, the market is putting a bit of a rally, but the market is well, we're having a disconnect. You can see the Dow is up, but the Nas is down, so we're having a bit of a disconnect between the so-called growth stocks versus value stocks. Value being the Dow, growth being Nas. Hey, guys, I think my promo code is up here. The new. So if you have to probably click on a different link here. But let me just take a look. There it is, Barry 25 for 25% off. Okay, so there's the promo code. Okay, so can you hear? Because I answered you a couple of times, eyes. So can you hear me this time? Just tell me you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. Okay. So everything you see here is part of the standard service. Everything you see here is part of the standard service. The only thing that is really not part of the standard service is the AI. Okay. Our AI that generates alerts. But everything you see here, I mean, charting, brokerage plus, all the scans. I mean, you can create all the different scans you want. That's all part of our standard service. I mean, the big difference between standard and premium really is the AI, and that's it. Okay. Our standard service is great. 333. Is there a way to limit the alert window to show the last 5 to 10 minutes of alerts? Let's say the window's been open for 3 hours and I'm not too interested to see what happened 3 hours ago. Um, yeah, not easy because I mean you can clear, but you want to see the last 5 to 10 minutes. I mean, if you right click on an alert window, you can clear it so everything is gone. But that doesn't help you if you just want to see the last 5 to 10 minutes. The only other thing I would suggest, and this is what I do, I have a don't repeat. So you can maybe try that because what'll and you have different time frames that you can pick from. It's not exactly what you're looking for. I mean, what you'd really like to see is maybe a rolling 10 to 15 minutes that automatically gets rid of, 15 minutes ago. That won't happen. Okay. But this don't repeat. If I right click and click on properties, and then down here it says don't repeat. So I have some options. Don't repeat the symbol for a minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, or for the day. Okay. So there is no rolling 5 to 10, unfortunately, but you might want to look at something like this so you're not getting inundated with alerts. I like to do it for the day. The reason why is that then I can look back, say, well, what happened from that first alert? Because I have the time and I'll see the price, and then I can say, okay, what happened? But maybe you might want to try, I don't know, every 15 minutes so you're not inundated, but there's no rolling. I mean, but again, you can clear, but that'll get rid of everything. You'll see the last one. Ooh, true on the way down still, guys. Now, I had a bunch of downgrades also. Had, big earnings play yesterday, got thumped down. So True had some downgrades today also showing up on my option scanner. Now, again, explanation about what you're seeing here. I don't trade options. So, but as an intraday trader, what I want to see, of course, are stocks that are trading abnormally. So the main way to do it is by using this relative volume filter. So you can see right there, 5.66, the relative volume. What does that mean? That means up to this time of day, say 11:15 a.m. Eastern time, this is trading 5 times what it would normally be trading up to this time of day. And not an exact definition, but you might say, well, what is normal? Looks at over the last 10 days. Okay. What did it normally do over the last 10 days? And this is 5 times that on average. Okay. So that's obviously one way to find out stocks that are trading abnormally. It's, volume isn't the answer. I mean, I could look at Apple. Apple could be trading millions and millions of shares, but it's probably not trading abnormally. Let's take a look at Apple. So, relative volume is one. It's traded 17 million shares, but big deal. Its relative volume is one, meaning it's just sort of trading normally. Okay. So, I mean, look at it. It's up, minus 48 cents. So I don't care about Apple, unless something incredible happens, maybe an earnings play, and it starts to trade incredibly abnormally. So that's one way to find out stocks that are trading abnormally. And another way is looking at their option volume. So when we look at True, now this does not trade options that much. The two filters that I've got, in, among others, but it has to be at least a minimum of 500 contracts. And then it has to be trading at least 150% of normal, or 1.5 times normal. So you can see this is just kind of sneaking in. 924 contracts, 1.7 times normal, 172%. Okay. So that's why we're seeing it here. And I don't trade options. Again, I don't trade options, but this allows me then to see, okay, coupled with a stock that is having abnormal volume plus abnormal option volume, it can really help me identify the stocks I want to see. Okay. And if you see the same stock here and here in the breakouts and the breakdowns, and you see this, and you see it also in the abnormal option, and if you see it in momentum also, I would really pay attention to those stocks. You don't see too many duplicates, but when you do, pay attention to it. And I'm going to have to leave this LTH alone. This is starting to tick me off. It's doing this. It's a little bit too choppy for me. All right, we have this. It looks like it's a SPAC, TRCA. Yeah, this is another one of those SPACs, guys. Okay, so TRCA, again, remember what they are. They usually start off at $10. A bunch of investors put money in, and then they look for a company to merge with and take public. It's an easier route going public than typical route. A little bit controversial, but there have been like hundreds and hundreds of SPACs now since 2018. So this is well, home builder, and this is moving down. TMHC. This is moving down on earnings. I mean, it has some room down to the week on the weekly chart, down to about 36.14 or so. So say down to 36 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but a weak earnings play had a little pop, and now it's starting to drift down. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking in my earnings plays. So this is what I'm sharing. You can find this on the room in the my homepage. The earnings plays up versus the earnings plays down. Okay, and this is a crawl. This will be a real time alerts. So these are all earnings plays. So you can click on it, TNL, see what you see, and you can see it's about 50-50. The earnings plays up versus the earnings plays down. This is since the start of the day. If I cleared it, I'd start fresh today or fresh. So there's TNL, guy. That might be interesting. Travel Leisure Co. Not very much volume. No. Matador, MTDR. This is an energy play, I believe. Yeah, Matador. And then you have this version of it. Okay, this is a different look. These are two top lists. So sorted, sorted on the stocks that are up the most for the day. Not, I'm sorry, no, at the high of the day's range. So if you look at HESM as an example, HESM, you can see it's right at the high of the day. Okay, that's why that green bar, you don't see a sliver of well, right now you do maybe, but here's Otis. Now Otis, this is a great bounce probably. I know we talked about it earlier. Yeah, so Otis not quite at the high of the day, 76.80. That's why you see a slight little bit of green, white here. It's not all the way over, which would mean it's at the high of the day. Oh, this is Otis, sorry, right here. But interestingly, the way I have this color coded, Well, I find it interesting. Otis is still down for the day. Otis, and that's why it's in orange, even though it's near the high. It's it's sort of near the high of the day, but it's down from yesterday's close still. You check it over here, so you'll see it's still down 1% from yesterday's close. CSTM, another one, down from yesterday's close. It's down quite a bit, 6.7%, but it's near the high of the day. So this is a way, the way it's color coded. And this one, PRG, it's in green. That means it's still above yesterday's close, but look how it's almost at the low of the day. So it's still 4% above yesterday's close, but look what's happened. It's almost at the low of the day. So, this, you can kind of use it in a couple of ways. You can say, well, maybe this is just going to keep fading, or, maybe it'll bounce from here. You don't know, of course. Snap, the same thing. Snap is for the day, up for the day, meaning it's above yesterday's close, barely, but it's almost at the low of the day. This red bar, you can just sort of see a little bit of green or white there, because there is the actual low, 969, and it's at 975 now. So, just two different ways of looking at it. These are stocks. This is a crawl showing you stocks making a new low of the day in red. And only looking at earnings plays, okay? That's all it's looking at, just earnings plays. Wow, look at this one, guys. HIW, all-time low. All-time low for HIW earnings play, all-time low. Another one of these, it's another one of these real estate investment trusts that are just getting absolutely clobbered. Oh, there's the Matador MTDR. Wow, look at this. Just made another new low here. Matador MTDR. Look at the market now, guys. So yeah, we had, I'm going to say 45 minutes kind of up, but now this red bar right there, you're going to wipe this out, this previous green candle. All right, I just had a confirmation. It will be Jamie today in our YouTube room. So in about a little over half an hour, Jamie will be in our YouTube room. And again, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to it. And by the way, if you're new and you're wondering, well, why am I talking about this room and that room? We do have two trading rooms going. There's what I call the main room. There's more action, more interaction amongst traders. YouTube is fine if you just want to listen to me, I suppose, and see my screen. You don't care about too much interaction. But this is the link to get into the main room, as I call it. Your charts have locked up. Has everything locked up? Matt, has everything locked up? Uh, so when you click even on the toolbar, I mean, is it clickable? Anything clickable? So you couldn't go into account and do a account reset as an example? Is anything clickable? Oh, you've got a red dot. Well, that's why. Now, of course, why do you have a red dot? Did that just happen on its own, or did you go into maybe the Market Explorer, or not the Market Explorer, but our website and explain what I mean? Ooh, this is the test site. Okay, just give me a moment. Well, at any rate, did you do this? Because you can, and then you can only have. I mean, this is sort of a version of trade ideas. Okay, so you can only have one version up at a time. Did something happen to your internet connection? Because that can happen also. If something happens to your internet connection, just in general, of course you'll stop getting data, but that'll affect other things that you might be doing. So, mm, okay. All right, guys. Let's see, 11:30. So in about half an hour, I will be taking my break. So you'll notice in my simulator, I've got a couple of columns that I think, would be beneficial if you're going to practice trading to add if you don't have them. One would be the max P&L, and one would be the distance from exit price. So if you don't have these columns, then all you have to do is just right click and you'll see columns and you can pick them. Okay. Pick the columns you want. Personally, I think we have way, way too many columns, but nobody listens to me. But anyway, so what this is telling you is at one point, at one point when I was in this trade, this is from yesterday and today, I would have made. And then again, this is in the simulator. So this we're talking about the LIAN would have been up $212. When I exited today, I made 138 in the simulator. Okay. I mean, it's not terrible, terrible. Probably would have liked to have managed it a little bit better. What you wouldn't want to see though, say a max P&L when you're still in the trade, say $500, and then you get out with only $138 gain, or even worse, a loss. Okay, so taking a look at your max P&L and then what you actually made, that can give you a bit of an idea. But well, how good are your exits? The other thing is the distance from the exit price. So, excuse me. So what this is telling me right now, with this -10, -9, of course it's going to change, is that from where It's now 10 cents below, which is what you'd want, of course. You want to exit something and then you want to see it drop and you say, ah, good exit because it's below, excuse me, it's below where I exited. So that's what you'd want to see. What you wouldn't want to see is, a dollar on the positive side. That would mean, man, I guess I left a lot on the table. So I just think that, that the distance from the exit price and your max P&L, compare it to your total P&L to see, well, how good was my exit on that? You might want to keep an eye on GBX. Let's take a look at GBX to see if the spread is tightened enough. GBX is, making a little bit of a move here. Yeah, I mean, the spread is okay now, 34.82, 34.94. So it's still down for the day. It's an earnings play down a lot, 14%, but trying to come back. Give me a moment, please. I'm just wondering why GBX is not showing up here. Earnings plays up. Must be a filter or something. Sometimes it's the sort. I hate this server sort. If that changes it. No. Hmm. I'd have to up the. I'll do it just for fun. I want to see what happens. Interesting. GBX is just not showing up. Should be right at the top here. Interesting. It's not showing up. It's certainly the price range is fine. The minimum volume is fine. It's definitely an earnings play, but for some reason, GBX is not showing up. It's a U.S. company, so that sometimes these foreign companies sometimes they don't show up. Yeah, well, it's one of those things. I'm not going to worry about it. HIW guys, HIW. I mentioned this one just a while back, making another new low, all-time low. Not a new low, but an all-time low. Deutsche Bank is an earnings play, I do believe. Deutsche Bank might be an earnings play. Yeah, Deutsche Bank is an earnings play. Huge float. Good move for it though. Wow, that's a great move for Deutsche Bank, DB. I just don't think it's going to have much more. 200-day moving average is just above it. Okay, so this is a daily reversal, SES. Let's see if it's doing anything interesting. It's very cheap. So this is another scan that I'm looking at. It doesn't usually, well, actually yesterday was full. So what it's looking for are stocks that are if it's in light blue, that means the stock was down yesterday a certain amount, and now it's up today and above yesterday's high. So you look at SES, you can see the big red bar down yesterday, and then with other filters in place, not it's not the only one, but it got up to the high of SES yesterday and moved above it, and that's why we got an alert at 221. So could be, but when I look left, I just think there's too much resistance, so I'm not going to take it. If it's yellow, it means the stock was up yesterday and now down below yesterday's low. So that is another one that I am sharing. So you can see right there, minus 22 now for LIAN. So from where I exited the trade, it's now 22 cents under. So that's what you'd want to see. There's another one that is trying to bounce back. Navi, NAVI. You can see exactly what it's doing. It's still down for the day, 4%. It's an earnings play. The high, this must be the green market. Yes. No, I'm sorry. It's not, well, it's not quite at the high of the day. Again, I'm just trying to show you. See, there's a little bit of white right there. It would, if that green bar was all the way over, that means it would be right at the high of the day. So you can see the Navi, there's the high right there of the day is 1653. It's at 1644. Therefore, it's not quite at the high, but again, the way it's color coded, it's still down for the day. It's almost down 4%, but coming back. That's blasted LTH. It's well, last time I'll look at you. Hey, this is too choppy for me. That green bar right there and that one right there. I don't mind green bars, but I mean they can't be so big they're going to get me out of a trade. So okay, guys. Now this one could be a little bit ripe for a short here. I mean, look at the Nas now. I mean, tech is getting clobbered right now. Mainly, Nas is made up a lot of tech stocks, so tech is definitely moving down. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to click file. Sorry, new, and then dock channel bar. One of the only custom channels that I created is now the change from the open. Let's just see what the difference is. So if you recall, so technology is still weak. When we looked at the change from the close, it was still down about 90%. Technology is still weak because what you're seeing here every day, this is the main ETF for technology. These are the stocks that make it up. 71% of them are down from the open. So their opening price and they're down. Okay, it's got nothing to do with their closing price yesterday, but technology was weak also from the closing price of yesterday. So nothing has, you could say financials have sort of rallied a little bit. 64% of them are up from the open. And I can't remember what energy was. 82% are down. So instead of my guessing, 82% of them are down from the open. What are they from the close? Yeah, so from the close and the open, very weak energy. Sometimes what you'll see are sort of like an earnings play, okay, that like a Navi, okay, still down from the yesterday's close, but near the high of the day. So a lot of times you'll see when we do our sector work at the beginning, about 15 minutes before the market opens, you can see a sector really down from yesterday's close. Maybe over the course of the day, it's moving higher. Still down from yesterday's close, but from the open, it is moving higher. And that's how, again, this is how this is color coded. William was talking about VRT. Yeah, look at VRT. All over the place. Very, very difficult to trade. Okay. You get bottoming tail there, and then it popped up with some bottoming tails. Then you get this move up here, and then a move down. Really, really hard to trade. Now, what we could have done is after all this, there's the VWAP right there, 39.19, which is right about here. See how it came into the VWAP? VWAP held it, acted as resistance, and it moved down from the VWAP. But almost forget about trying to trade it early because I mean, depends where you put your stop. It's almost impossible if you have a proper stop. All right, guys. In about 10 minutes or so, I'll be taking my break. What I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in to the main room. So if you do want to head over and listen to Jamie for his 1 hour, and it's always a good idea, I think, to head over to YouTube between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday when I take my break, 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. How about that? And they all have different trading styles from me. So I think it's, probably worth your while. Jamie is excuse me, a self-proclaimed scalper. He doesn't mind my saying that. So I mean, he's into. I mean, he doesn't even though. So he's mainly day trading, but he day trades way differently from me. You know, he'll take stocks, cheap stocks away and try to make 2 or 3, 4 cents out of it, taking a lot of shares based on what he sees. I'm not saying that's all he does. Now, Leanne, if you take a look at Leanne, any Leanne's in the room, I'm not talking about you, but LIAN. So I think it is coming into the VWAP. So, you know, I mean, if you're a VWAP type player and you want to the stocks that go into the VWAP and see how they trade around the VWAP, there it is, 355. This this is the 10-day moving average, that blue line. This is something Steve Gomez, who usually will be in the room tomorrow, but he'll be on vacation, so he won't be there tomorrow. But he loves this 10-day moving average on a 15-minute chart to see how it's almost like the VWAP. So, you know, if you're a VWAP type players, you see how it's trading right around the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support and will it bounce off it or will it take it out in a big way and maybe that'll allow you to short it? The problem is you just don't know, you know, you have to kind of watch it for a bit. You can put price alerts, you know, you could say, okay, if this VWAP, if I think this VWAP is holding 355, I want to see if it gets up to say 360, you know, so I'll put a price alert there and see if it does that. Or if it really takes it out, I'll put a price alert underneath it. Now there are man, there are a lot of shares available. Interactive brokers to short this LIAN. I'm surprised. 4.5 million shares available. Okay, guys. Looking at a couple of things here. My other thumbnailed. I have some charts thumbnailed. So these are my thumbnail charts. Thumbnail is just a term. I mean, a small chart. Okay, small chart. Somebody said, "What do you mean by thumbnail chart?" Okay, guys. Well, there's Lian now. LIAN. Whoa, too late. It dropped too quickly for me to even attempt it. And it's pretty choppy right now. Big bottoming tail now. Snap, guys, is now negative. Snap is now negative. Boy, the next low looking left yesterday is 957. If it takes that out, well, 928 is the next low. So I don't know, might be. I wish I had more room. I wish if it took out yesterday's low, I wish the next low were way down here, you know, 865. But this is an earnings play, you know, and had a initial great reaction to earnings and then a great initial reaction this morning. And look at this. I mean, just selling right off. Market is selling off. Jamie, where are you? Take over. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. You guys, I'm back. Anybody know what happened to the option exchange today? Actually, somebody in our Jamie mentioned something about that. CBOE allegedly having troubles executing. So you can ask Jamie. Jamie, I think Jamie plays options a lot. Well, I don't trade options at all. So Jamie will be in the room very, very soon. But I noticed in our internal Slack, he posted that at 10:32 Eastern time. So other than that, I don't know anything. I don't know what's happened to the option exchange. Okay, guys, so I'm anticipating Jamie will be here soon, so I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll stay until he shows up. Ah. This is another earnings play, INSW. Boy, a very, very strong stock, though. International Seaways, very strong stock. Almost a lifetime high. I guess the lifetime highs are over here, $53. There's LICY. I see it showing up here. I think Shady said it triggered for him, LICY, and now the next high looking left is 127, so it's right there. If it can take out 127, then the next high is 156. And if somehow it gets really moving, 224 is the next high. Not saying that's going to happen, of course, but it's got to take out yesterday's high, though, in my opinion, for it to get moving. It got right there, 127. Big float, 121 million in the float. Can't remember what happened here exactly. Had some bad news, obviously. A little pop, and there's my friend Jamie, right?
Clicky, clicky.
All right, just give me a moment, Jamie. Okay, guys, Jamie is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room, and I'll see you guys in about an hour at 1 p.m. Eastern. Jamie, how are you, my friend?
Barry, I'm good. Just trying to navigate this strange little market that we have right now.
Goodness, no kidding. No kidding. By the way, there was a question about I saw you posted something about CBOE being down. Chad,
Yep.
if you can see his question, anyone know what happened to the options exchange today? Is it still down or is it normal?
No, it was I guess from the open. They experienced issues and I knew something was up because the stocks that I trade, some of these large, thick ones, the algos weren't in there that are normally in there. I was like, hmm, okay, this is really weird. Um, and then the news came out about the CBOE. And right about the time we had that little pop up, that's right when they got the options back online. That's
Oh, I
right
see.
when we
Okay.
popped off the bottom on the SPY. So
Right, right. I see that. Yeah.
so they had some kind of technical glitch over there. Don't know the details, but they weren't able to execute.
Oh,
It's
wow.
and so that gives you a peek into how massive the options arena is on the
Hmm.
overall market.
Are you suggesting there was so much activity that overloaded their servers or something? Is that what you mean, or
I have
something
no
else?
idea. All I know is
No
something
idea.
broke.
Right.
Something broke over
Okay.
there.
Yeah.
Could have been anything.
Oh man. Well, yeah. What a market we're in. What a
Yeah,
market
I
we're in. That
mean,
422 is looks like it's going to be breached for sure for today, closing
yeah,
down
and I
below it
mean,
at.
below the 200 period and below the 420 level.
Hmm.
Ooh, lordy. You know. Of course, it's never going to do it. It looked like it was primed to go down, but nope. The old plunge protection team, stepping in.
Well, and that's the thing, you think, okay, you should be able to just pile into any short at all, right? But it doesn't
Uh-huh.
work that way.
Uh-huh.
It just doesn't work that way,
Nope.
you know. So I got whipped out of two positions in LTH. I did hope, I made minor amounts in each one of them, and
Uh-huh.
look at it now, LTH. I mean, you know, why didn't it do that right from 13? I'd still be in the trade. It's an
Because they
earnings
know how to
play.
wiggle you out, Barry.
Oh yeah, they
They
do.
know. Um,
Anyway, I'll let you take over now.
so yeah, have you one more quick thing here. I've got
Sure.
the screen already. Man, this AGNC, I started targeting it last week because it's
Mm.
heavily involved in real estate of the commercial brand.
Well, I did actually take a little short of HIW, and that's the
Mhm.
same thing, exactly
Right.
the same thing. Real
Mhm.
estate investment trust. HIW is an earnings play,
Yep.
and AGNC has earnings coming up on the 30th. And HIW is an all-time low. AGNC is approaching an all-time low.
Yep. And
Amazing.
little one of the only other ones I found that's kind of liquid is this guy right here, PSEC.
Hmm.
So that's another one to keep an eye on for the commercial real estate stuff.
Can you say that again, please?
PSEC.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just being juvenile. Okay.
Now,
All
Barry,
right.
uh, so,
It's not like me. I
so,
know. I know.
that's not Canadian, Barry.
I know. I know. I know. I'll wash my mouth out with soap right now.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
Jamie.
kind
I'll
of
see you.
I'm kind of not in my right head either because the universe decided to gift me a fall time cold, whatever it is.
Ooh,
So
you don't sound
that
too bad.
no, it's just it's annoying. I don't feel bad. It's just really annoying.
Yeah.
All right,
The
my
colds
friend.
are
I know
just,
you have things to do.
yeah. So I'll bid you. Now, can you go to one or do you have to leave early?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Cool. Okay, Jamie. Thanks a lot.
All right, we'll see you in a bit.
You bet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second to make some adjustments. And when I say adjustments, uh, I'm just muting so I don't blow everyone's ears out with coughing. Okay. Welcome to my desktop, and this is the hour for the live support session. So, no pre planned script, just answering questions about trade ideas. If you have some charts you'd like me to take a look at, that's cool too. And just use that questions panel to get your question out there. And if you hear me mute from time to time, it's just because I'm having a coughing seizure. Interestingly enough, as Barry was saying, Why don't they just go down when you want them to? Like this thing right here, ATEC announced a finance deal. It looks like it's easy trading right here, but boy, this thing was difficult. And now it looks like it's finally doing what I thought it would do. Boyle coming through here as well. Been sitting in this thing forever, but not Boyle. The smaller version of it, which for Boyle is UNG. So I just set my stop at the high of the day and said, you know what? If it takes me out, it takes me out. And you got to give these things a little time, and hopefully this thing's going to continue down for a bit. What's going on, Circle? Yeah, this market is very difficult to navigate. Not easy whatsoever. There's a lesson to be learned here with this market. Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting that you say that because everybody gets all excited. They're thinking, well, the market's going to tank. This is going to be the day where I short a million things and do really well. That's a preconceived notion, right? But the actual experience today was just okay. Well, still got to do the same thing I always do. Just because the market is soft doesn't mean you should be violating your trading plan. And I'm sure Michael Mouse's sixth sense just went off right now because it doesn't really matter the market conditions. You still have to abide by your trading plan and you still have to wait for those choice setups. And that's going to vary a little bit for each and every individual. But yes, very interesting things happening this morning. Not only the market weak, below that 200 period moving average, and below the magical 420 level. We're just trying to defend it right now. Um, Things are getting interesting. And give me 1 second here. I just have to down a little of my natural cold elixir. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry for the blurb there. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there. If somebody's sitting on a question, just go ahead and get it out there. Let's take a look at some of the other things I've been toying around with today. Well, not toying around with, but trading here and there. This little guy got up and boogied pretty good. And you can see that pattern that I was looking at right there. Where did my pen go? There it is. Okay, so just kind of a nice little clean. This was the opening high. We put in the opening low down here. Took a while for it to do it, but boom, as soon as it got back up here, off to the races, right? Classic opening range break. Of course, this one didn't happen until about, yeah, right about the magical 1 hour. I like to look for these things 30 minutes and an hour in. You can see there, just bought a chunk, sold some, sold some, sold some, sold some. Didn't get the top, but oh well. We'll take what we can get. From the short side, this little guy right here, and this was coming across the Barry's options play, which we can see right here. That's what alerted me to it. Also, Barry was chatting. I think Barry was chatting about it as well. But the BTAI was a nice little setup. So once again, the range break here. The high was put in up here. And as soon as it broke that level, boom, nice little sell and then covering right in this area. Should have been a little bit more patient because on down we go one more time. So this one actually had a second event. What I'm watching is RSI divergence on the RSP. If you can use all, it might be a take position. That's the symbol RSP. S&P 500 equal weight. Okay. Well, yeah, just another way to trade that index. 420 versus 136, a little cheaper. Okay, Miri, is it wise to backtest long when the market tends to, well, it says sort, but were you meaning short there or go down? Because if that's what you meant, then it doesn't matter. Anytime there's a down market like we're having today, there are still plenty of things hitting highs. Like, for example, this stock, LICY. And this one, I've was into the shorting aspects of it because it was really weak, looked good, plenty of size. So Monday and yesterday, this one was fun to, have a little, just look at it yesterday. I mean, look what this thing did yesterday. I mean, beautiful little release, 115, goes down a dime, fairly liquid, big sellers all day. So you could get in with relatively very low risk with nice amount of shares and typically end up risking a penny. But had the big gap down, then two consecutive down days, and it's just taking its bounce today. So to your point, Miri, doesn't matter. I wouldn't stop. If you are actively back testing, I wouldn't stop doing longs. I wouldn't stop doing shorts because you need both of those tools in your tool belt. So hopefully that makes sense. Hmm. The AGNC. Now it's off its bottom, but the options are big. This is the one I was telling Barry about. I mean, look at this beautiful range break here. 735. A good 20-cent move down for AGNC. Not too shabby. And these guys are all about real estate investment trusts, residential and commercial. But when you see that word commercial in there, oof, you've probably heard people talking about, you know, when the pigeons come home to roost as far as the commercial real estate bubble. PSEC is another one. Let's see here, equity financing by growth. So this one is one that I will continue to watch. Hasn't really presented any good trading opportunities. It hit that low right off the open. But if this thing creeps down here and breaks this range today, it might get interesting. All right, Miri, for a beginner like me, does the direction of the trend matter? And I would just say no, it doesn't. If you're comfortable with short selling, right? A lot of people just don't like to do it. They don't, maybe they don't have a margin account, whatever. Um, but, from my perspective, if you're going to trade the markets, you need to be able to go both ways, right? Um, you know, there's plenty of opportunity in short sales on a daily basis. There's plenty of opportunity in longs. So the question is, why would you not want to do that? And of course, everybody's different, but to me, that just makes sense. And for a beginner, in case you're a little confused maybe about shorting, I mean, it's just the opposite of going long. When we go long, we buy the stock and we hope that we can sell it at a higher price later on. Now later on could be a couple of minutes, couple of hours, couple of days, depending on the type of trader that you are. Um, and then when we short, we just sell first. That's the term, short selling. So we don't have the stock, but we sell it, and we hope that it goes down, and then we buy it back cheaper, and we can make money using that methodology. So I would still focus on both of those, Mary. You know, uh, a lot of people like short selling because stocks typically tend to go down faster than they go up. And there's an old saying out there, stocks take the staircase up and then they take the express elevator down. And that's true in most cases. Every once in a while, you will see one take the express elevator up, but those are typically the high flyers. In other words, if Barry were describing one of those stocks, that's one of the ones you don't want to walk away from your computer when you're in because they can move so violently. All right, and just as I was talking about that piece that came down here and tapped its lows. Doesn't have enough to get through. We will see. And good. My boil or my UNG heading in the right direction. We'll see how it ends. Let's see. And if you hear some rumbling, it's because we've also got a thunderstorm brewing outside. So I'm getting all the bells and whistles right now. Rain, a cold, thunder, darkness. But the good news is tomorrow I get on an airplane and go somewhere sunny. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there. Anybody want to take a look at any charts? And while I'm waiting for that, let's just take a peek at the top 10 winners on one of my favorite races. Yeah, and I forgot about the B tie was also one of the early race winners today. So it took a nice little clip up on the open, but then, curled back over and went down. TSNA, another great example of a stock that doesn't care, for TSHA, another great example of a stock that just doesn't care about the red market. Bouncing off its bottom here. Of course, this is the dawn of the dead race, and it's looking for stocks that have been beaten down and are starting to curl back up here. So not a bad long, really tiny risk on the TSHA today. Right here would be the entry point, 5, 10, 15. Yeah, technically our stop would be about right here. But as you can see, the risk area, we could cram into the reward area. Looks almost like 4 times there. So that's a good risk to reward ratio. And, I don't know how many of you out there are watching races actively, but the way I tend to use these things is as I see stocks winning a race, I'll simply add them to another list, looking at a separate high-low ticker. And when those things start to pop out, I'll take a look and see if they look conducive. Boy, bit F. I was long a ton of that right here today as we broke the 122 level and did pretty good on it. Got out pretty close to the top, and of course it came all the way back down to break even. and now it's back up at highs, but this is being fueled by Bitcoin. And I tell you what, Bitcoin has gotten up to boogie lately. Let's just look at a chart of it real quick here. Let's see here. Yeah, so that's why all of these Bitcoin related stocks are also taking nice runs up, because you can see just back here on the 16th of October, or you can go back a little further. Yeah, that's the 15th. So these are 4-hour candles. So just 10 days later, I mean, look at that run from 27, and we're just pecking at 35 right now. So that's what's fueling all of the Bitcoin related stocks along with BitF. Let's see, for a day trader, you should choose stocks using the top scanner or wait for an alert. Well, Mary, you can do both of those things, right? So whether it's an alert window or a top list like what I have right here, you know, all this list is doing, and the difference between the alert window and the top list is in the top list. We're just, in this case, I'm pointing to a custom list, and I don't really have any filters in place because these columns, which are filters, are the metrics that I have an interest in, right? So I can quickly sort this list by which stock is doing the highest relative volume here, or I could quickly resort it by which one's doing the highest 5-minute volume. And then I'll just take a look and see if anything's going on there. Like when I pull up Riot, yeah, I don't see anything that I like there. But right here on AGNC, I liked it because my chart pattern was coming to fruition. So in other words, it doesn't really matter if you're pulling your symbol from an alert window that you like to watch or a top list. It's all going to be determined on, is the setup that you look for happening, right? And to go into a little more detail on that, Mary, we use the windows, the top list and the alert windows, to alert us to things that, quote unquote, might be interesting to us. Okay. But you have to have a setup in mind. And when I say setup, I'm referring to the chart, right? So I'm a real simpleton. Okay. So on this AGNC, 5-minute candles, opening candle, dribbled down a little bit here, and then it went sideways for a little bit. So I like to see them after they put in a high, and then they put in a low, and then they get range bound. And when I say range bound, after AG and C tap that low right there at 735, it took a little bounce and then was trading in between the previous high and low. Now right here where that arrow is, it broke that range. Okay. So at that point in time, AGNC came through my alert window saying it was hitting a new low. Now, when I saw this, I'm like, ooh, perfect. I like that. I'm going to make that trade. I'm going to short sell AGNC right here. And then we got a continuation. But I knew what my risk was the whole time, right? Okay, we got the nice sideways motion. It popped a new low, which it has to pop a new low to break out of its existing range. And then my risk, not including the entry candle. So if my entry candle was here as it broke the lows, I typically look back 15 minutes, not including the entry candle. Now keep in mind, these are 5-minute candles. 1, 2, 3. So look how tiny the risk was there, right? Very tiny risk. And it never even acted like it was going to go run that stop. So look at the risk level. If it would have went back up here, 1, 2, 3, that was the high of the prior 15 minutes right there. Then it would have been stopped out. But the trade worked. And now look at the risk area here. Risk in that little channel. And the reward area, nice and big, right? Okay, let's see. Retired Fido. Welcome. Do I trade UVXY and SPXS on down days? Great question, but I typically don't trade market direction. Okay. And when I say market direction, just the SPY or the Dow or whatever larger index you would like to talk about. But the SPXS is the inverse. So it goes up when the market goes down, right? And if you are, if you do like to trade the indexes directionally, then this is a great instrument for that, right? Because it's a lot cheaper than the SPY, and it's also the 3x, right? So you get a lot more bang for your buck. Now, just looking at this pre-market range here, this wasn't a bad setup right here. Boom, right on the opening candle, we popped that opening range, about 1650, and then boom, right up to 1684. So that was good for a 30-cent move right off the bat. What was the other one you were talking about? UVXY? And this is the VIX. So I don't dabble in those instruments. Um, I mean, occasionally I have traded SPXS, but it's not something, the indexes and the ETFs like this typically aren't things that I will trade. I am a big Boyle and Tilt advocate if the setup is clean. Boyle, and I traded both of these guys today, but I trade the smaller versions of them. So like for Boyle, we can see this little consolidation area right here. That little bitty wick right on the opening. Actually, that was a pre-market. And then we went up, popped a high, then they puked all the way back down to the lows, consolidated for a while, and then first break right here was, they pulled the old herky jerky, but good thing I don't trade Boyle because that thing can snap pretty quickly. I mean, some crazy vacillations in the price. So when I see Boyle setting up nicely, I trade UNG, and you can see the exact same chart pattern here. Okay, and I do this because it's a lot less volatile. I can just make the bet, and you can see it through that little wiggle, just like UNG Tilt did or Boyle. So when I do trade these things, I'm not trying to scalp them. I'm just trying to make my bet, put in my stop, and let it work. Sometimes these things have nice continuations. Other times they only go down a little bit, only go up a little bit. And once again, it all depends on how much room they have on the larger time frames, such as the daily. Hello, Kathy. Did you have anything interesting with your compare count window from last week? Well, I do recall, and you're probably referring to this one, which I don't know if this one's been reset. Um, but this is my big cap movers. So any stock with a market cap over 4 billion that's hitting lows or highs in the first 15 minutes, this thing's going to keep count. And there were a few days last week, and I can't remember exactly which days they were, where, for example, a pretty large downside count to the tune of over 60%. But the market ran up to highs in the first hour or so. And on those days, I think to myself, yeah, it ran up, but on low volume. So there's a very good chance that we will peel off and go back to lows. And several times last week that happened in the opposite fashion as well. Um, big upside count, market moves down, then boom, before the end of the day, it's already went all the way back up, set new highs. Okay. So yes, I did notice some very interesting readings for my big cap compare count window. Because sometimes the move is immediate, and sometimes if it's doing what you think it shouldn't do, it's a it's a delayed reaction from my perspective and my perception. It just takes a while to get used to watching these things. All right. Well, the EV manufacturers, man, they just keep getting pounded. Lucid, a little too stretched out. It did present itself. There were some good trades in Lucid yesterday. See, once again, look at Lucid today. Look how nasty the action is. You know, huge swings up, huge swings down. It's trying to consolidate. But look at the difference yesterday. See that little period of consolidation and then a break, and then just a nice march down, and then another break going into the close. Well behaved yesterday. Setup was choice. Today, not so much. That's one of the biggest things that gets traders in trouble. Stock presented very clean setups one day. You did quite well in it. You come in real excited the next day to do the same thing, and then you get this wham, wham, wham. And if you're not careful, all the profits from yesterday will quickly be eaten up trying to trade something, you know, as volatile as this today. Here is one that I love to short sell, Space or, Virgin Galactic. Unfortunately, so far this week, it's been unshortable. And there's nothing that gets under your skin more than spotting a beautiful trade, and then you can't participate, right? Simply because it's not shortable. Yep, I saw the HIW coming through, and boy, talk about a beautiful setup. Doesn't get any better than that because the prior 15 minutes before the entry, I mean, you were risking hardly anything, and getting this reward level here. That is a beautiful setup, and of course, about an hour and a half into the open. That's the cool thing about these setups. They can happen at any time of the day. I'm assuming that's Barry in there talking about HIW. And if it is, I hope you're mega short. All right, gonna look back in on the PSEC. Yeah, this one might get interesting before the day is out. Definitely weak with all the others. Yeah, HIW. I'm just trying to figure out. Yep, because there's AG and C. Oh, looks like they have a preferred. Doesn't look too liquid, but you never know what it looks like until you pull it up. So there's HIW. Just trying to see if PSEC's in here. No, we got PGY. This little guy trying to set up, but sandwiched between a couple of moving averages there, the 10 and the 20. Didn't really have a lot of room, and then battling the 200, but not too shabby looking. And I have to make sure, let's see here. Yep, just any of these REITs, any REIT that is fairly liquid, I would definitely keep eyes on those. Okay. Just taking a peek here at some other things. All right, Kathy. If you want to run it on historical data, how does that work? Now, if you're referring to the compare count window, that's something that I really have never done before because as you can see here on the right click menu, there is no option for, historical function. Now keep in mind, we do have two separate alert windows in here. Um, so you could pop out the alert window and then check the history, but all you would see would be all the stocks that hit a high and all the stocks that hit a low, which, there's a lot of symbols coming through there. So the whole concept of using those alert windows in the compare count window, you know, there's a metric that's been around for, well, since the markets have, the tick. And that's just the advancers versus decliners, right? But it's going to count every stock in the market, even if it's some stock you would never trade, right? Or, oh, trade 100 shares, set a new low, it counts, or whatever. So by doing it this way, I'm trying to create my own version of the tick, but only for highly capitalized tradable stocks. And so that gives me a feel for, what the day might have in store based on that tick reading after the first 15 minutes. Yeah, no worries, Kathy. It's a good question. But in case you ever wanted to do that just for giggles, right? To get that green side out, we'd have to hit collaborate and copy. And then we could just duplicate an existing window. Ah, tilt. I was in that one too when it broke initially right here. And I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna make money. And then boom, stop me out and come right back down. But that's the breaks sometimes. Okay, so we collaborated that window and we would just duplicate an existing window, right click, collaborate, and paste. It's giving me the warning because these are, that's a custom symbol list, but not the window that I was copying. Hold on. That should not be a custom list. Nope, all symbols. Yeah, must not have copied the right one. And then if we wanted to review the history for that one, we could just do it this way. So I think that was, yeah, Kathy. So if you did want to review the history, that's how you would pop out the individual windows and then view the history. So let me know if that made sense, Kathy, or if you need me to explain any other aspects of that functionality, just let me know. Okay, well, what's really interesting about the TLT is, well, it had a nice dead cat bounce the past couple of days, as you can see here. But now it looks like that period of the cycle is ending. Um, if I had to guess, we'll be back down here pecking at lows pretty soon. And the interesting thing about Tilt, which is the 20-year bond, is that's all time. I mean, That's it. That's all you get right there, right? Let's zoom out a little bit more. Now we're looking at monthly, right? And this used to be the thing that was, quote unquote, safe to be in, the 20-year treasury. Boy, how things have changed, right? I'm pretty sure at the last couple of auctions there were no buyers or a paltry amount. So never thought I'd be really trading bonds for day trading purposes, but the TMF provideth. And it's just going to be a slow grind back down to lows, it appears. All right, did anything else come through? Not bad action from VNet today. Lycee. Oh, and Snap reported. And it's snapping down. Boy, look at that wick. I heard Barry talking about that early today. 1087 and then swoosh down almost a point. Whew. Hate to be a bag holder up there. All right, trader 77. Heard that there are shadow buyers of the bonds by the European allies. They sell them back to the US later. Nothing would surprise me in that arena. Um, we see what happens on the screens here, but it's only a small portion of what actually goes on. I think you're right there. I always referred to the US equity markets as ghost markets, right? Because there's plenty of liquidity until you need it, right? When you really need liquidity, it's not there, right? With all the AI and algos running the markets, it is a complex monster to say the least. But your comment there, 7-7, wouldn't be surprised at all. How do you keep the scheme going? Because, what we're seeing in the bonds and what we're seeing in the economy, remember when they printed all the cash and increased the money supply by what, 2/3? Something crazy like that. Everybody's like, there's going to be inflation. And the talking heads and the Fed boys are like, there's not going to be any inflation. I mean, you don't have to be an economic scholar to know that there was going to be inflation. Aha, there's the PSEC. Boom. Okay. See what's happening here in PSEC? Yep, yep, yep. Now, I got a little ahead of myself here based on what AG&C was doing. I wasn't going to wait for the break, right, which is occurring now, but the risk was low in this little channel up here, right? So I went ahead and shorted some with a stop right up here, and it's paying off as the SPY punches lows. And it's doing it with, okay, volume's not really, it's starting to pick up, but it's only 72% of normal on the 5. It just clicked up to 79. 100 would be normal volume for these respective time frames right here. Yeah, Kim, I've been hearing a lot about uranium stocks here lately. UEC. It's kind of wedging up here. And it looks like it's above all of its Major moving averages, 10, 20, 50, and 200. I guess since we're in a wartime economy, it only makes sense. What does this little guy look like on the longer term? Okay, here we are looking at monthly candles. Just one huge giant smiley face here, kind of. Um, but the last time it tried to rally, looks like it found supply right about the 660 level. Yeah, didn't we sell all of our uranium a long time ago? And when I say we, I mean the United States. Yeah, that's a bummer, Kathy. Whenever if your machine freezes up, it's not fun. You always lose some data. You lose something. I had my first freeze up on my computer not too long ago. It just froze up. I'm like, oh no. But fortunately, it just started right back up. Why it froze, I have no idea. All right, Fido, do I have favorite sectors that I short? Well, here lately, I've really been paying a lot of attention to the banks and the REITs. Now, those things will kind of change. It's kind of like the seasons, right? Um, but I'll focus on those and make sure I know what's going on there and my little pet stocks that I like to keep eyes on. But I'll trade anything. I mean, if the pattern's good, I don't care what sector it's in, long, short, whatever. Um, as long as the stock is conducive to what I look for as far as liquidity and ability to manage risk. How do you move the ticker from stock race to liked highs? Well, if you mean the symbol, when you say ticker, for example, stock race right here, right? Alert window here, right? So let's say I pulled up BTAI from the race and it populates my chart. Well, these two windows right here, my liked highs and lows, they're looking at a specific list, right? If I hit configure here, you're going to see it's pointed to my favorites list. And there's probably maybe right about 100 stocks in there. But let's say it's the open and I'm collecting these symbols of the ones that I think I might want to trade. So if I pulled up BTAI from the race, but I want to quickly add it to the list. So if it hits a high or a low on either one of these, I can see it. Then I would just come up here to my chart and I'm going to give it a right click and I'm going to say send BTAI to a symbol list, find my favorites and click. Then boom, I've just successfully moved the symbol that I saw in the race into the list that my alert windows are pointed at there. So Miri, hopefully that answers your question there. What's up, Marty? What do I think of ADV for bounce? Well, let us take a look here. Now, when you say bounce, are you talking about on the intraday or more of a bounce play based on what we see on the daily? Because ADV right here is just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the 200 period moving average. Now, typically, this is a very key level, that blue line, the 200 period. So it's been beaten down, I don't know how many days that is, but only 2 days where it's kind of gasped for air. But certainly a big drawdown there on ADV. So it is looking like a nice little bounce candidate. Once it gets on down here to 220, I mean, it's basically there already. 228 level, depending on how it close, like if I was going to attempt a swing trade on this, I would see how it closes. Or if it got down here and started flirting with the 200 period, I would see how it interacted with it, because there's another level back here. This level also is coinciding. They could act as support right here, right? This level right here is lining up perfectly with that 200 period moving average coming all the way back here. So if this thing closed in close proximity to the 200 period and I was going to make a swing trade on it, well, I'd buy it. And then I'd probably, if I was picking a risk level, I'd probably use this area right here. So if I got long at 220, I'd be risking about 15 cents. Because if it breaks through that 200 period and breaks, starts eating into this little series of bars over here, then it could easily be down at $2 pretty quick. So it looks like a pretty good bounce play, and I'm not trading that one, but if I were to trade it, that's how I would approach it. Okay, so HIW is coming through here, but it's not coming through here, which tells me I need to add that one to my favorites list. So you might notice I saw it come through here, but it wasn't coming through my faves because I had not added it. I just added it. But these guys right here, other high-low tickers, they're looking at the entire market, but they had to have traded 300,000 shares today, and they have to have relative volume of 3. So that brings some really interesting stocks to my attention that I can trade for the day, and a lot of times add them to my favorites list for future sessions. Okay, so on the daily, Marty, yeah. So once again, let's go back to it real quick here on the ADV. Looking pretty good, like a pretty good setup on the daily. Where'd my weekly go? There it is. And we're seeing the same levels that I marked off over there right here. That's monthly. Let me go back to weekly. But it's going to be the same levels, right? There we go, right there. So not too shabby looking. Hey, no problem, Marty. Well, while we've got this chart up, let's just do a little experiment here. Let's just go ahead and anchor to this high right here. And then anchor to the low over here. Okay. So I anchored to the high of that candle. And we got this guy over here, which if this stock does get up to boogie and breaks out of this range, well, that might be an interesting area to pay attention to. But when I anchored it to this low weekly candle, come on, expand. Notice where we are right here, okay? So if ADV, when and if it closes above that purple line, that'd be something to pay attention to, because that's the anchored VWAP from the low. Just additional note there. All right, what's up, Michael? What about AAN? Welp. Aaron's. This must be the furniture people, I guess. I don't know if this was earnings related, but today's Wednesday, Tuesday, so on Monday, or no, yesterday, gap down. Ooh, there's HIW hitting lows again, and it's in the hole. Notice that blank spot right there? That means all-time lows, baby. That HIW. I have envy over that setup today. But AAN, if we trying to go back far, and I'm going to take a peek at the monthly here real quick. Okay, so this one appears to be in the hole as well. Okay, and when I say in the hole, look, if we look left to figure out where it might stop, what do we see? We see nothing. So where it stops, nobody knows. And yeah, they did have earnings a couple days ago. That's why the gap down occurred, I'm assuming. So, it's going to be interesting for AAN. I guess if you're long, you'll want it to go sideways for a few days and maybe try to get some of that gap back. Because each and every time it busts down into new all-time lows, well, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on it. Okay, Miri, you want to know about Sava? Okay. Now, notice, okay, earnings on Sava aren't till the 7th, but they had a gap down just like AAN. And AAN is only in day 2 down here. Now with Sava also, and Sava wasn't anywhere near all-time lows, but this little segment of the chart looks very similar. Still not, unless I compress a lot, we see levels back here that might act as support, right? So I'm sure eyes were on these levels, and you can see that's kind of where it put the brakes on. And we have had some sideways movement for 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 days. And then we're breaking out of these little tops of those candle bodies right there. Now, it doesn't seem to care about the 20-period moving average, right? And you might think, well, it might put on the brakes, going back and looking at this level and this level, coupled with a moving average, but it seems to be plucky, right? So if I had to set my sights on the next level there, it'd be the 50 period and in the kind of the lower end of this little consolidation right here. That's right, 7-7. And you know what? I'm really up to speed on when the talking, flapping heads of the Fed boys are going to speak, because even if they're not announcing a rate change, I mean, Powell can just skip there and go, I had pancakes for breakfast and the market will rip or go down, right? It just doesn't matter what he says. Um, and if you're in positions at that time, you're like, what in the, what just happened? And it's because he's up there talking, you know? Um, so I've been very diligent to know if any of those guys are going to be talking about anything. Doesn't even have to be a rate hike or rate decrease or anything. Do I hear somebody over there?
You know what, Jamie? This is why I absolutely love earnings season.
Yes.
And, I say this all the time. It's not because of Apple or Microsoft or Google or Amazon or any of the ones that people follow. It's exactly for an HIW, which I haven't seen. I may have seen it, once in the last 10 years, maybe, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But, look at it. It's an
Mm.
earnings play today, and look what it's doing. And I guarantee that nobody's talking about HIW on CNBC or any of the news networks. I
Yep.
guarantee they're not talking about it. But look how beautiful it is.
Yeah, and it's only
Unbelievably. And
only a
I
hundred
like
in the
how I like
float.
your what's that?
Only 100 million in the float too.
Well, I would say, yeah, it's only 100 million, but I mean, I know you look at larger cap stocks too. I think that's really high. I think for it to move 7% on 104 million is pretty good.
Oh yeah, and I,
Um,
I really don't care about the float, but these
but it
are
doesn't have to
beautiful.
be a
These are
local.
no. Notice there are no wicks
Yes,
on these
yes,
5-minute candles. That's the big
yeah.
deal. That keeps you in. You
Oh,
know.
exactly,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
So
And
it's just
and
trading
the
beautifully. Yeah.
It's trading unbelievably well. I only have a 15-minute chart up, and the current 15-minute candle is red. And look at the previous one.
Uh-huh.
It's green, and it's
Uh-huh.
sort of that green bar ignored.
It's almost a green bar. If this guy was red, then it would totally be a green bar ignored.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think
Exactly.
it's three
So,
previous candles, but it still looks pretty dang juicy.
oh, absolutely. And I like your phrase, into the hole. Yeah, I mean, you look left. I mean, it's an all-time low, and I salivate when I see stocks at an all-time low.
It's circling the drain.
So anyway, that's why I absolutely love earnings season. And it's for the second and third and fourth tier companies that release that nobody really hears about, cares about. And boy, if it's good or bad,
Yeah.
they usually move. We don't. Wow.
Yes,
This is true.
and Chad, to your comment, it's not beautiful if you're holding it, but from a trading perspective, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously if you're swinging this and it's in a portfolio, yeah, I mean, I don't mean to dump on anybody's portfolio. If you're long this type, but by really, to be long any REIT, a real estate REIT or a REIT, that's what it is.
Yes.
That's pretty tough. I mean, look,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it started its descent back in July.
Uh-huh.
And since then it's just been moving down. Well, even earlier. I mean, yes, it had a little pop up for a few weeks, but I mean, to get into. I mean, look at a monthly chart on that. I mean, that's just been a. So, to have that in your portfolio as a long
Hmm.
term hold, I don't know.
Yep. I'm no money manager, but if I was, I wouldn't be long REITs right now.
Exactly, exactly. All right, my friend. It is now 12:59. So and plus 53 seconds. So you've got 6 seconds left, and then I'll take over.
No
Okay.
problemo. You
Thank
can
you, Jamie, as always, for stepping in and giving me my 1 hour break from the mic.
you
That's basically what
are
it
very
is.
welcome. Hopefully you're recharged and
I am.
just counting
Well,
your
this is
money over there
recharging
today,
me. This
Barry. Counting those
HIW
dollar
is,
bills.
yeah. Okay, Jamie, thanks a lot.
All right, we'll see you next time. Thanks,
You
everybody.
bet.
Bye-bye.
I should not be muted. Guys, can you hear me? Please tell me you can hear me because no sound. Okay. Okay, so you haven't heard me talk about HIW then? Is that what you're saying? Because my mic was on. My mic was on. And everything was on. The little mic icon was on. Okay, well, I'll start again. So anyway, HIW, love it. I wish I were in up here. I didn't see it. I didn't see it until about 1750. And I mean, you can see it right here. Earnings plays down. That's where I sort of saw it. I didn't see it up here though. I saw it around the 1750, 1760 mark. And again, I'll just repeat myself. This is just one of these companies that just flies under the radar. I mean, it's not on anybody's watch list, I'm sure, as well. We got to watch HIW for earnings. I'm sure, but look at it. Aha, thank you, Chris. I'm just seeing that question now. Yeah, you cannot set it to aggressive. You cannot set it to aggressive. So as Chris is saying, you'd have to manually. I mean, it doesn't have, the AI doesn't have too many alerts. There was only 3 today. So when it takes the trade, more than likely it's not going to exit immediately unless it, flash down or something. So you just, as Chris says, just go in, just go. Okay, why are you guys saying I'm muted in YouTube, guys? Can you guys hear me in YouTube? I think I'm okay. I don't know what's going on then. I'll keep talking. So Pepe, was that yes, I'm muted or no, I'm not? Okay, you guys can hear me. Okay, good. Oh boy, oh boy. So yeah, this market. We had that little glimmer of hope yesterday, we had a nice little pop yesterday in the market, but no bueno today. Look at this. I mean, the Nas is way down now. Now the Dow is down. At the beginning, for most of the day, the Dow was up a little bit. So there was a little disconnect between again, the so-called value stocks versus value plays versus growth plays. Well, this certainly makes up for the disappointment I had with the LTH being chopped out. You see how this is not choppy at all. I mean, there's a little bit of a green candle here, but nothing spectacular. So it allows you to kept me in the trade. Whereas the other one that blasted LTH knocked me out twice. That candle there and that candle there. Made money in both times, but nothing like I was hoping to. So well, I hope you can see now why I've got my my docked earnings layout up front and center. It's all I'm really caring about now, guys. I mean, there are some cheap ones, sure, that aren't earnings plays, but there are so many earnings plays right now. Does TI have an app? Depends what you mean by that. I mean, obviously we have it. How do you answer that, Chris? If you can hear me, how do you answer that? Do we have an app? I mean, we have a web-based version. We have our downloadable application. We have, this is something that you can easily watch on a phone if you wanted to. This is something you could watch on a phone easily. And, so I don't know if that's what you mean exactly, but yeah, so you can use the market scope page. Yeah, so I mean, this has been constructed so that it is easy enough to watch this on a phone. Doesn't matter what phone. Well, we do have a tablet version. I mean, that's what I mean. We do have. I mean, we've always had a tablet version in theory with our web-based version. So But the market scope has been designed so that if you're trying to watch it on a phone, you could do it. Whereas you try to, use your phone with Safari or some browser to try to watch the web-based version. Pretty tough. I took my eye. I'm actually in a short, and it just popped up on me, and I need to see if it's going to. I'm not talking about the HIV. Again, I'm finding that I can do some stuff while I'm on my break. So, Katie, just so you understand, though, you don't have to learn options. Okay, you don't have to learn options. Okay, I mean, options are pretty. I mean, I've never traded. Just because I've never traded options doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. But I mean, it's a there's definitely a learning curve, a lot to learn about trading options. So I would not even remotely beat yourself up thinking, "Well, I don't know how to trade options." I wouldn't worry about it. Well, it's good. I mean, this is why I use the abnormal option activity scanner, right? I mean, so it's telling me what stocks are trading abnormally regarding options. I'll trade the stock. I won't trade the options. However, that said, if you're going to trade intraday options, how are you going to find those ones you want to intraday trade? Well, I guess you could use this because at least it's telling you the ones that are trading abnormally. Yeah, I'm not saying to disregard options. I'm saying, but to try to learn how to trade options, that's a different animal. Look at this one from yesterday, guys. This might be taking the big dive now. RTX. It's coming off a bit of consolidation, I believe. RTX. Yeah, I mean, let me shrink this a little bit here. Yeah, so this RTX was an earnings play yesterday. It looks like it really, I mean, there's a low yesterday, so it still has a ways to go. Well, I mean, everybody's attracted to option, not everybody, but people are attracted to options, of course, because there's no PDT, you've got margin, lots of margin. Yeah, but I mean, it's a learning curve. And I don't know, I just never got into it. Well, you can trade, yeah, I mean, you can trade options intraday if you want, of course, even if it's you've got weeks to expiry, but if something really like listen, I'm the wrong person to probably answer a question like that, but you can trade options anytime you want. So I mean, if I got into some stock and it was a 2 week expiry, okay, and all of a sudden for some reason it just started to shoot higher, you know, well, I could trade out if I want that day. It's just obviously with the expiry, I mean, that's, once it expires, it's over. But you can trade it any time up until that expiry date. So that's why I'm saying though, I mean, there are people who will trade options intraday, But how are you going to find those stocks to trade? Well, this is probably a decent start. Stocks that are having abnormal option activity. If you did want to trade them intraday. Okay, guys. Look at T-Doc now. T-Doc is actually just showing up in the option scanner to go long, even though it's down for the day still, but it's showing up. This has had just I mean, it's been a little choppy, topping tails and bottom tails, but the trend is certainly up. There's another one, MyTech. Let's see, is MyTech an earnings play? MITK? Probably. Yeah, another earnings play. Sorry, this is a earnings play tomorrow. Okay, after hours tomorrow. So it's not an earnings play today. Having a great day though. I mean, look at the market and look at what MyTech has done. I mean, I'm not saying it would have been easy, chopping a little bit, but now the next high looking left is 1071. So it's close. What did it get up to? Got up to 1062. So it got within 9 cents of that high. Now this could turn into a bit of a short. All right, guys. Well, that might be it for me in the HIW. I was hoping it might take out 17, got down to 1706 and down a little pop. So I'm out most of it now. Well, I'm going to wait and see if it has, this is momentary pop up. This would definitely get me out of everything. 1732. This is a short. Just one moment, please. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Um, okay, I have to do a video now. Time is it right now? 1:20, 121. Okay, I'll be back at about no later than 1:31. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute now. I might not have muted myself in YouTube or on yeah, on YouTube. That's okay. Okay, guys, I'm now back, and wow. Okay, there's a house being built next door, and a big excavation taking place is rocking our house here. Okay, okay, I'm looking at that RTX. Last time I looked, it was still hanging around that whole number of 78. See if it's still there, RTX. Yeah, kind of hanging on to 78 so far. Market continues down. Broken record, I know, but the market is continuing down. You know, for a big float of 347 million in the float, this has been pretty jumpy. VRT, it's an earnings play. I mean, look at this in the pre-market, $45 down to 36 now. So this should tell the tale, guys. So here are the earnings plays up. Okay, now all up means is that I have sorted on the position in the day's range. Now you notice there's nothing at the absolute top. Plus, here's PB. This is the only one. This is the only one that is actually so positive for the day. Well, I guess Edu also positive for the day still, and kind of near the high of the day. But in a market that was moving higher, you would see stocks that are near the high of the day plus up for the day. And look at this. Just don't see, you hardly see any. Whereas, you know, these stocks, these in orange right there, these are stocks that are near the low of the day or right at the low of the day. RHI, this is at the low of the day. It is up for the day. When I say up for the day, it's up from yesterday's close, but look what's happening to it. You know, because there was the close of yesterday, $72. So it's above that close now, but look what's happening to it. I'm really liking the presentation of this, the way this it's color coded and gives you a better sense of, you know, is a stock up or down? Fine, but where is it in relation to yesterday's close too? Yeah, William said with F, perfect circle, F as having a pop. Somebody said F, talk of deal with UAW, the United Auto Workers, of course. So F is popping also. UAW appears to be moving potential deal with Ford. So could GM be right behind? Yeah, yeah, no, I know. I know it's United Auto Workers. But of course, it's a rumor. Okay, it is still a rumor. It is not, UAW has not come out and said yes, or the automakers have not come out and said yes, the strike is over. All right, guys. So there's the RTX. RTX is now just again hovering underneath 78. Is it an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Wow, one of these ones. Not an earnings play. All-time low now for NVEI. All-time low NVEI. Ooh, this is interesting to me. Underneath the whole number. Great spread. 88, 89. About 61,000 shares available. Interactive brokers to short. Meanwhile, VRT just a drop again from those pre-market highs. Yeah, you got that perfect. No kidding. Oh boy, this NVEI, guys, this is really, to me, it's really interesting. Underneath that whole number, all-time low. You can tell it's an all-time low. Here's my position in lifetime range. You see it says minus 0.3%. So, anything, if it says minus 0.3%, that means it's an all-time low. What's the volume like? Not bad. More out of Montreal. Yeah, they don't have earning. Well, actually, it looks like now they're going to have them on we have on the 15th, but looks like it's going to be a week earlier. Hopefully, our data provider has this updated information in time. Okay, guys, I'm out of the HIW now. Totally out of it. Just fixating now on this NVEI as a potential short. Remember AI? Remember when that was a thing? So this is now a daily reversal. Had a decent day yesterday, I guess. A little pop up, but I mean, way, way below all this. Imagine if it takes out all of this on the weekly chart eventually. I'm going to stick an alert down here. 2330. I don't think it's going to happen today, of course, but if this takes out this area right there, that looks like it's a pretty good support area on the weekly chart. If that breaks down to that support, look out below. Maybe. And that's just a demonstration how I use price alerts. Okay, either looking for something that might happen in the future, doesn't have to be today. So, William, I think you said you would stay till 4:30 today. Is that right? At least till 4 anyway, right? I'm going to have to take off right at noon at 3 o'clock. Another trade is coming over right around that time, so and I have to prepare for that. So I will be taking off right around 3 o'clock. So okay, thank you, William. So William will keep the main room open till at least 4:15, maybe 4:30. Depends on the earnings plays that are coming out. Well, I don't know, Michael. Wars, inflation. I don't know. I mean, the market's been in a downtrend for quite a while now. Why today on any like specifically? Don't know. But the overall mood in the market's not good. Bad bond auction. There you go. Bad as real as Jamie says. Was there any action? I mean, was there anybody bidding? Or very few. Okay, let's see. Okay, I got a fill. I wasn't sure if I was going to get a fill on this NVEI. It was down. I held it at 90, so I got a fill. It was down over 10%, just slightly over 10%. So I did not, but I held it at 1390. So I'm in this short at 1390. Let's see if it. And again, why would I do this? Well, it's an all-time low, and I love those. And the market is on my side. The minute if we get a green bar, I'm out because it'll probably be. It's not an earnings play, so I can't rely on that bad earnings or anything. Look at all the daily reversals, guys. Anything in yellow means it was up yesterday and down today. You can see they're only, well, and these might not still be up. Anything in light blue means it was down yesterday and up today, but you can see obviously what the market, what it's doing. Boy, that snap, when it broke down through the 200-day moving average again, it broke above it in a big way. And this was higher. That 200-day moving average was I want to say it was 1060 or so. No, they do, Shady. People say, why is the market up? They do, but I think, it just looks when the market's up, people have mutual funds and all that, and they're what do you call it, your 401k or whatever you guys call it. So obviously, when the market's down like this, it's affecting people's savings, mutual funds typically, and they get all nervous and they want to know why. I guess, guys, this RTX is again drifting down here. This snap looks like it's going to go negative. Guys, I may be hung up. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no, I'm not. Oh, you're right, Shady. Yeah. Well, we had such a tremendous run for years and years and years, low interest rates, etc. And it's a shock to a lot of people's systems when they see something like this. Not just today, but I mean in general over the last, talk about inflation constantly, doom and gloom. But you know what? Tomorrow is another day. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow. But this has been relentless. I mean, since 11:15, this has been basically straight down. So 11:15 down to 145, straight down. Looked like we had a glimmer of hope here. We had about 45 minutes where the market was trying to move higher. I mean, tech specific. I mean, I know Google did not have, even though it looked good. I mean, if you read their earnings release, it looked really good. But market reacted poorly to Google. I don't know if that's the only reason, but I mean, look at Google down almost 10%. Microsoft was up though. Microsoft was up. So I don't know what other big tech companies released last night. But Microsoft was up a lot more. I mean, Microsoft was up to 347, and so I don't know if it's just Google bringing down the entire tech market. I really don't know. But that's a big drop for Google, obviously. So this one is moving higher for some reason. CGTX moving higher for some reason. Yeah, but I can't get in. I can't get too into these cheap ones right now, guys. Probably for the next 3 weeks to a month, I'm all about the earnings plays. I'm saying I won't take a look at a cheap one, but too much happening with the earnings plays. So IGT is not an earnings play. Boy, I would have thought it was, but it is not. Wow, look at the room it's got. Oh, brother. I mean, on the weekly chart, guys. I mean, this is the next low is 25.55. This is at $29. I mean, look at this breakdown now for IGT. Out of the UK, where they bet on anything, just literally anything. It's official now. There is a House Speaker. VFS, okay. Let's take a look at Vietnam. Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it's having a little day after the craziness a few weeks ago when I got up to 92. There's probably no news on this one. The last news I see is wouldn't be necessarily good. Files to sell 100 million shares for holders. That was on the 23rd. Today's the 25th. Well, okay, let's take a look left. Looks like 566 is the next high looking left. Volume is picking up. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing too much. I'm still hanging in that NVEI. It's not doing anything. Basically, where I shorted it, not really, it hasn't moved. Meanwhile, AI continues to move down. I don't think it's hit my price alert though. No, it has not hit my price alert down here. Well, here's another one, a daily reversal. Is this an earnings play? HCP. No, it's not an earnings play. Another daily reversal. Didn't take it. Didn't take it. Had the alert right here at 2060. Still has room down to 1956 or so, 1960 or so. Meanwhile, Snap, have you gone negative yet? The Snap actually gone negative. Yes. Oh, yeah. Went negative a while ago. Wow. Look at this. Yeah, Bitcoin. I don't know if Bitcoin is taking it on the chin or anything. I don't see that it is, but Mara is weak. Mara is just weak, 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 weak. I mean, it's below yesterday's low now. This is another daily reversal, but I don't think it's well, let me take a look at the IPO just out of curiosity to see if it's doing the same thing. Not really. I mean, it had a drop, but then a consolidation. Mara is just weak. Let's see if Riot is doing the same thing. Oh, Mara's another one? Or Riot is doing the same thing as Mara. Are you saying that it's another offering or it still has that overhang because of the offering they did? Is this just a rehash of the previous? Because Mara, I thought this happened here also. $750 million are trying to raise. Oh, brother. Okay, guys, a minor green bar here. IGT is sort of reacting a little bit like the market. It's not, doesn't have a green bar there, but has a bottoming tail, kind of like the market. Boy, another earnings trade. Look at this one, guys. ENVA. I don't really do recall seeing it a little earlier. 67. Hasn't really moved though. You see, we had the alert at 12:02 when I was on my break, 35.67 potential idea to short. So it really hasn't moved. So maybe we can look at it a little more closely. Add a little pull up. I mean, I don't know where the next low is. Let's take a look at a monthly chart and see where the next low on the monthly chart is. So it looks like the next low is $29 on the monthly chart. Okay, for ENVA, it's right at this low here, 35.67 of that month. It was right there. So maybe that holds it. It's trying to pop a little bit off that low. Okay, I have to set an alert down here, see if it takes it out again, that 35.67 area. Isn't that, well, isn't divorce equivalent to fired? I'm trying to make light of it, but you're right, not every day, unless it's the big one. Well, this NVEI, I mean, there's no reason for me to get out of it in case it just starts to move, but it's just doing nothing. Remember looking at this CALX earlier, CALX? This was actually, at one point, it was looked like it was going to be a reversal. Try to fill in this void here when it was doing all this. Now look at this though. This was an earnings play for yesterday, continuing down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Okay, guys, I'm back. So the question is, how are the count alerts beneficial? I used to use the count filter a lot more. It just shows you stocks with great momentum. You know, any stock that is, if you're using it in conjunction with, say, the new high or the new low, and you say put a minimum of, I don't know, 30, that would mean a stock on the high side would have had to make 30 new highs before you see it. On the low side, 30 new lows. So it's just another way of maybe zeroing in on stock with great momentum. I used to use it, but I don't anymore. Well, 2:05, so I have about an hour left. And again, William will keep the room open till at least 4:15 while I leave. There you go, GIS, General Foods or something, or GIS, can't remember anymore. General Mills. Yeah, so there's a there's a good example, 211 new highs for the day. Now you will see that in more expensive stocks. So it really depends on the price too. You can't expect a stock that is, say, a $1 stock to, have an extremely high number on that count. But you can see stocks that are a little more expensive. But yeah, I mean, that's a great. It's not an earnings play either. Interesting. Not an earnings play. This has been completely counter to the market. All right. So I don't know if this news was earlier, but Mott's fruit flavored snacks and Eva Longoria team up, etc. I don't know if that was that news hit here. I really don't know because where I see it, it's at noon my time or noon Eastern time in Interactive Brokers, but that could have been earlier. And STGW, do you still use the count at all? I have them here. You can see I do have them here, but it not as a filter. There you go. So we'll use them as a filter. So do you have a minimum? So I actually do have the count filter in here, not just as a column. I guess it's 25. So it has to have at least 25 new highs or 25 new lows. I'd actually forgotten it had it in there. So we'll put a link in. Let's take a look at it. New highs count alert. So let's take a look. So you've got a minimum of 30, okay. But it's how you've sorted it, right? Yeah, so you're grouping and sorting by. Yeah, so you're obviously sorting it on. So every time a stock makes a new high, you're sorting it on the count. Oh, okay, guys, I actually got knocked out of the NVEI. Just as it broke through 1390. Remember, I was in at 1390, got up to 1395. I said enough is enough. So meanwhile, OPCH just made another new low, guys. OPCH just made another new low. So it had to pull up. Now it's just made another new low for the day. The next low looking left on the monthly chart, 27.49. So a little bit of room, a little less than $1. Let's take a look at the weekly though. All right, I see that Lian is having a pop here. Lian is having a pop. Okay, guys, I'm having a real delay now. I have to do a reset, I think. Oh, look at that, 1478. Ooh. Well, the market's actually having a wee pop here, and something like LRN is actually moving along with it a little bit anyway. LRN Very strong earnings play. There's the OPCH guys continuing down. Could this keep going? Let's take a look here on that weekly chart. 26, $27 or so. 27.05 is the next low looking left for OPCH. Well, I tried to nibble at it, but I couldn't get it. Of course, it's the uptick rule, but it actually started to move down anyway. So thought maybe I'd take it before the whole number and see what would happen, but cannot get it. OPCH where I wanted it anyway. Don't know. I mean, it's a SPAC, KR. Okay, so they say they've shareholders voted in for the merger of whatever company they're going to be merging with. Okay, so that's all I can say. I don't know what the additional information is going to be, but the shareholders did vote. It's a SPAC. You know what a SPAC is. Remember, they're just a company created. Money's put into it in order to find a company to merge with, to take public. And I think this morning they said they had agreed. I can't find that. I can't find it now. Here we go. So I saw it this morning. Here we go. Stockholders approve proposed merger. So that was this morning. That's why the thing went crazy. And why it's halted right now, I couldn't tell you. So if you're unfamiliar with what this is all about, what will happen is eventually when the merger is done for sure, this will cease trading as ASPA, and there'll be a new symbol that reflects the merger of this private company that they're merging with. But why it's halted right now, I have no idea. I cannot, don't know. I saw this BYD earlier, but I thought it's such a small one that it wouldn't affect all the big gamers, but I guess it did. BYD is an earnings play, and look what it's and like it's affecting Penn. I thought this was a pretty small company, but maybe I'm completely wrong. I mean, I remember when BYD was a $10 stock. In fact, I thought it was going out of business. Take a look at a monthly chart, see if my memory is correct. $6 stock. This is back in 2020, March of 2020. So what, a couple, 2.5, 3.5 years ago, this stock looked like it was over. I remember this. Anyway, they had earnings today, and there's the reaction, but it appears that it's dragging down something like Penn, which will have earnings coming up, I guess, November 2nd. So next week and a half. And when you look at a monthly chart of Penn, I mean, kind of consolidation, beaten up from here. This is the pandemic. Okay. This was the pandemic. Boom. All right, guys, it's 2:21. One last look at a couple of links I like to put in here. So we'll talk a little bit about the test drive that's coming up November 6th. Okay, if you click on the test drive link, see, there we go. Click on the test drive link. This is what you're going to see. So briefly, the test drive starts on November 6th and it goes to the 20th. That is 10, those are 10 trading days, okay? And you'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading, okay? If that's why you want to try us out, to try some auto trading, no. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, if you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. Okay, so don't harass our support people saying, "Hey, I just signed up for this test drive. Where is my data?" Please read it. It doesn't start until the 6th. You can't pick and choose your 10 days. Okay, and a question has come before. Yes, you will have access if you want. If you click on New, then Market Explorer, and then right click, select strategy and go down to the anchored VWAP. All of these are add-on. It's an add-on for $49 a month, but you'll have access to it, okay, during the test drive. OPCH continues down. Tried to get it, couldn't get it where I wanted it. Okay, so You'll have access to the program on November the 3rd. Give it about an hour after the market closes. That's the Friday, okay, before the 6th. And then you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday, plus Saturday and Sunday. And please, at least, I'm going to show you what you should at least do. Please don't show up Monday morning, and you come into this room or even ask questions of our support staff. What am I looking at? Okay, have some knowledge about what Trade Ideas is all about. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay. So that's the test drive. We probably only do this about 3 times a year now. So it's a good opportunity to try us out. Audio is skipping. Hopefully it's just you real. Not that I'm trying to. Okay. Now, hopefully my audio is fine for most of you. Not doing anything differently. Though if the audio is kind of spotty in the room, in the main room, no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. Oh, you're just kidding. Okay, I know you. Okay. All right, my home page. Look at all the information you can get on my home page. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And there's the promo code you can use right now to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay, Barry 25. If now, again, if you're going to take the test drive or if you're just taking out a subscription, you must do this first to get started. Getting started, off to a great start in 30 minutes. That's what it says. Download it in your downloaded install, your first startup and log in. Go to the scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, that'll at least give you a bit of an idea about what Trade Ideas is capable of. Okay. And if you're brand new to trading, also Trading 101, this is free. You can take a look at this, a series of videos that can help you understand, candlestick patterns, support and resistance, things like that. Daily stock of the day, daily stock of the day that I do. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. There was no trade this week. Big education section is here. So, as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, in order to keep this room free, it would really help if when you take out a subscription, if you do, use my promo code. Okay, you can come into the room, or you can save. Even if you go to our homepage and type in that promo code Barry25, you've got the 25% off, and it helps the room. It'll help to keep the room free. And last, click on my homepage link, and you want my scans. Here they are. Okay, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. So if you save my homepage link, you can also take a look at my scans anytime and the big education section anytime. And of course, you can ask me questions all day long. Oh, well, I kept thinking maybe the market is continuing down, but no, at least, I mean, it had 30 minutes. We had a 30-minute respite. from this market moving down, down, down. All right, guys. So again, I have about a half an hour left. So good time. If you have any questions, ask them now. I'm here for another half hour or so. There's the LRN, guys. Shenandoah. Boy, I remember I traded this one years ago, it seems. I'd have to look at a monthly chart. I could probably figure out where that was. Shenandoah. SHEN. Not an earnings play. So this is interesting. Rise 7% after a $385 million fiber deal. Climbed after the broadband struck a deal to buy, so a competitor. So interesting. A lot of times that's not what happens. The acquiring stock, in this case Shenandoah, usually does not do something like this on an acquisition. The market is rewarding them for this. And you can see, I mean, it's trading completely on its own. It hasn't cared at all about what the market is doing. TDOC, guys. So this might be finally, I think it's testing the VWAP. I believe it is testing the VWAP. 1729, yeah, 1729. So, let's see. Will it hold and bounce off it, or will it go finally through? This has been a ugly looking 15 now. I mean, look at all these bottoming tails. I mean, ugly in that, the sellers kept trying literally all day long to knock this down. I mean, there were some buying up, buyers also were doing the same thing, but I would say more predominantly the sellers. Look at all these bottoming tails, sellers trying to knock it down, buyers closing it higher. Okay, I see my NVEI is now back down, not in it anymore. Took a small loss on it. I was eyeballing this one earlier, IART. This is one of those ones that's down for the day, but at the high, and then it kind of did this, and I lost sight of it. 35.50 up to 36 now. There's another janitorial services. Okay. Well, this is another all-time low. HCSG earnings play and an all-time low. Just give me a moment, guys. So what's the latest and greatest on the Bitcoin ETF? I mean, there's coin moving down. Had the big pop yesterday, of course, on that news rumor, whatever you want to call it, then sold off. Now continues down today. Now I see that Bitcoin is not. I mean, Bitcoin's up, so I guess it's all to do with that ETF. Okay, yeah, I just don't follow it closely enough. I mean, it was explained to me yesterday that if it actually happens, that what is it, BlackRock or ETF, then it gives Bitcoin, etc., more credibility. Okay, I'm going to ask you Rolex. Good grief. I mean, look at all these moves, guys. I mean, you try to swing. People ask all the time, "Do you have a good swing trade?" Not to me. They know enough not to ask me because I'm not a swing trader. But we see all the emails that come in, and I know when Steve and Andy do their thing, and even Chris will swing trade or tries to anyway. You have any good swing trading scans? I mean, this is just. I'm just looking at DraftKings here. I mean, so many stocks are looking like this. How the heck do you swing trade? And I know we have some swing traders in the room. It's just got to be awfully difficult. I mean, if you get lucky and pick the right one, sure, but I'm just look at DraftKings, boom, and then basically wiping out the last 2 days. Another one. Look at this daily reversal for this one. CONL. This is the coin. Okay. So that is what's the volume like? Not terrible, I suppose. So this is a coin ETF. I guess it's tracking. Yeah, if I multiply that by 1.5, I'm going to get about 8%. Okay. So that is the coin, CONL. So that is if you want to go long. So you wouldn't be doing this. There must be is there a short one? How about cons? If it is, I would have changed my name. Come on. No. So what is the ETF if you want to short Coinbase, but you want to buy it? Nobody knows. All right, guys, I'm getting set. Another 20 minutes or so, and that's it for me. Bad word. I had this one. I was trying to get it at 28. It was 28.29. 28.29. Kept moving down penny by penny on me. Now this OPCH is just making new low after new low. Sava gone. Haven't seen Sava on any of my scans, I don't think today. There will be a reason. Yeah, so 240, so it's a little light, but yeah, you're right. I mean, look at the volume that is just coming into Sava. That's a great break on the daily. I mean, love it or hate it. I mean, that's a great break on the daily for Sava. Yeah, my minimum relative volume usually is around 3. So that's why it's not showing up. Yeah, see, that's the reason, it would have shown up here a lot earlier, of course, 16,000 contracts, 2.8 times normal, but again, I've got 3 in here as the relative volume. So if you say, well, why don't you just drop it to 2? I could. I get a lot more alerts though, maybe not, and maybe got too many alerts. So I miss the Sava, but that's just the way it is. You can always reduce the filter values, and I would have picked up Sava, but I might have had 10 others that I didn't want to see. Used to bother me, doesn't anymore. Coin continues down. Hmm. Wow, Sava on the move here. So trading higher after the company announced MRI data suggests the simulofilm, sim, simuofilm. I don't know. Anyway, and I'm sure somebody's going to come out tomorrow and say that's a lot of bull. Oh, I know, Moth. So bitter after last year, though. I've taken my rebellion to I haven't signed up for the NHL package yet. Okay. Okay, guys. Another 10 minutes or so for me. MU and earnings play, MU, Micron. Not an earnings play. Micron is not an earnings play. Wow, look at this on this daily. I mean, look at the room it's got. 63.95, 66, call it 64. $2 till the 200-day moving average. Maybe on a Friday afternoon, about 10 minutes before the market, before I get out, before 3 o'clock, Moth, you and I will talk some Bruins, say 10 to 3 on a Friday afternoon, okay? How's that? Well, look at ARM, guys. ARM below, again, ARM below the IPO price, 51, and starting to move down. The next low looking left is 40s, what, 46, 43 or so. Okay, guys, I'm sure people are itching to, can't short it. Just look left on my my other monitor. No shorts available for Sava for me to short SAVA. No shorts available. Look what it got to. Got right into that 1846. That got into 1838. I'm not saying this is where it's going to stall, but I thought for sure I'd have some shorts available. Okay, guys, I know this is the Octagon floating rate and alternative income term trust common shares coming into the 200-day moving average. XFLT. Guys, I have a problem here. Guys, I'm hung up. I think I'm hung up. I can't get out of this. Let me see if I can do an escape, maybe. No. What do you think, Pepe? If I try to shut this down, it's telling me to upload and contact or continue. Normally, I just can click on continue. But that doesn't, and if I actually do the upload and contact like I did, it still doesn't take me out of this. So in essence, I'm hung up. I've never seen that before. Never seen that before. Time to wrap it up. Exactly. Guys, I'm going to have to get out of here because I can't do anything anyway. I cannot, I can't, it's crazy. Yeah, see, I can't click on anything. So, okay, guys. Well, it's 2:57 anyway. So, William, you will take over. No. So, what I'm going to do in our YouTube room, I will put the trading room link in. You can head over there if you want. William will keep the room open till at least 4:15, maybe 4:30. Okay. So, there's the trading room link. Yeah. Wow. That's the first time anything like that has happened. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. So thank you, William. And I'm stopping the screen sharing. And YouTubers, the same thing.